The Fanatic at 97.5thefanatic.com.
Obviously, we've been talking a lot about the Eagles and their offseason so far. I have a question to start today's show. If it ended right now, offseason's done right now, we're going into week one. Is this team back to being a contender? We got reactions to a Sixers loss, a potential playoff preview for the Flyers, and holy baseball conspiracy, Batman! It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
I didn't see fire out of the veterans on that club.
I think they tried.
No, but I didn't see fire.
I wonder how much of it fell on deaf ears.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Thursday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside John Kincade. John, I would ask how your day's going, but I'm guessing it's better than Shohei Ohtani's today.
It is, and I'm heading to Parks Casino this afternoon. Is there anything I can do for you?
Do you have $4.5 million that you can loan me?
Look, we're partners now, but you are not getting access to wire money out of my bank accounts.
Okay. Not even like a couple bucks? I don't need $4.5 million.
Cooney did it to me once, and I'm still trying to dig out of that hole. No, it's not happening. You do not have that. Great story. We have so much to talk about today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
We will talk about that today because it's major freaking news. I mean, this is huge news. I know it's not Philadelphia related, but damn it, are we going to talk about it? But we'll get to that later on the show. We're going to open things up with our daily Eagles topic. And it's something that you and I thought about yesterday because, we're planners. We're kind of crazy that we think about things many, many hours ahead of the actual show, which, when we wake up as early as we do, we kind of have to do that the night before.
It lets me sleep at night.
It does. And I actually finally slept well last night. I am full of energy, so be careful. I slept well last night.
I'll tread carefully.
I'm going to be in a different, plane today. All right, so the Eagles offseason so far, we know that it's been pretty splashy. The biggest name, obviously, Saquon Barkley, the return of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson that everybody's extremely excited about. Bryce Huff is a good move, but I think it's more of an upside move than he's coming in here and he's going to be right away an impact player. At least we'll find out. They re-upped Landon Dickerson. They bring in a guy like Matt Hennessy. Temple made Temple proud. Hopefully he could compete for a right guard job. He might not even make the team. We'll find out. But the Eagles offseason has been a busy one so far.
Yes.
I want to ask the question today, John. If it ended today, and I'm going to throw out there with the assumption that Hassan Reddick's not on the team.
Okay, so that's the assumption we're working on.
Because that's what it seems like.
It does seem like that when you hear it from Jeff McClain and you hear it from Adam Schefter that it's looking that way.
And Jeremy Fowler, he was talking about the $1 million roster bonus that got kicked down. Yeah,
let's assume it. For this conversation, let's assume
and they got a pick in return, right? They didn't get an impact player. They didn't
Probably
get a player.
Probably a third-round pick. Can we just say third-round pick?
Yeah, let's just go with that. So your roster's set with the addition of draft picks, but, we can't have that conversation on March 21st. Right?
No.
So the way the roster is set right now, the offense is basically the same as last year, except you now no longer have Jason Kelce. Cam Jurgens will be your center. We'll find out who the right guard is. Saquon Barkley is added to your running back room, and it is your lead back. Defensively, you no longer have Hassan Reddick, which you lose double-digit sacks, but you get a guy with double-digit sacks in Bryce Huff. Josh Sweat reworked his deal. Nolan Smith, we expect more snaps out of this year. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's out there at safety, but this also means that Darius Slay, James Bradbury are both your cornerbacks still, which we expected Slay, but that means Bradbury is still here. I want to ask the question today, John. If the season were to start today, today's a football Thursday, right? They're playing in Brazil tomorrow night, right?
That's amazing.
Because they open up the season on a Friday. So we're doing the show the day before week one. Is this team good enough to be back into that conversation of, I'm not even going to say Super Bowl, but, one of the top teams in the NFC, they'll be competing for that bye week or they'll be competing for the NFC Championship game?
To me, it's if you're going to be a top 4 seed, you need the division title. I absolutely believe, under the assumptions that we just talked about, this team is a division contender, if not the division favorite.
Okay.
In fact, I'll probably make them the division favorite. So if I think they're a division favorite, then I think they're right there in the mix. I need to see more, because I still don't believe this defense was so atrocious.
It was.
I don't know if Vic Fangio, again, and not to be sacrilegious, but if he's turning water into wine. I just don't know if that's happening. If he's able to come in here. What I do think he's going to be able to do is deliver competency. And if he makes them competent, I think that absolutely they can win a division. If he takes them to top 12, something like that defensively, they take a huge jump up from like 30.
Right.
Then I absolutely believe the Eagles will be right there in the discussion for one of the top teams in the NFC.
Okay, good, because that's where I'm at.
That's where I'm at.
I believe right now that this team is better than last year already, right? This is under the assumption that offseason's done right now. How he made the moves, everything's done.
Third-round pick for Reddick
Yeah,
is
and
what
a
we're
couple
assuming.
of draft picks. Obviously, they have a first-round draft pick, so they'll get somebody that's going to play. At least we think. They haven't really done that the last couple of years. But I'm also looking at growth for a lot of players. I think Jalen Carter takes a step forward. I don't know about Jordan Davis, but he kind of has to. Nolan Smith will play more. They're doing the PR tour that he's going to be this impactful player. I don't know how much I believe that. I think Devin White, even though there's concerns surrounding him, I think he's already the best linebacker on this roster, and you got him for cheap, right?
See,
it's
that's
$4
scary
million
to me.
guaranteed.
What you just said, though, is scary.
But it's better than last year.
It is.
They were 10-1 at one point.
But that's a scary proposition. Is that the bar is so low for me on the Eagles defense? The idea of saying, well, it's better than last year. To me, that's incremental. I need more growth. I really believe the C.J. Gardner-Johnson is going to be a significant jump. I don't believe Devin White is going to be that significant a jump.
Okay.
And so, because I think the book is out on how to terrorize him, and they literally run right at him, and he doesn't tackle well. He's terrible against the run. But, again, better than anything they had last year.
Right.
I just don't think it's going to be the kind of growth that we're looking for. And I love the fact that it's $3.5 million, not $7.5.
Right, exactly.
He's got a ton of incentives.
He's got a ton of incentives. And that
makes it seem.
And you know what? I hope he gets his incentives.
Oh, I
'cause
hope he gets it all.
That means he played a good season. That means the Eagles' defense looks better.
And that makes me, when I saw that yesterday when you had that note, 3.5 instead of 7.5, I'm all in on that. I am all in on the Devin White side.
I don't want to say low risk, high reward because
I think it's low risk.
It could be high risk if he's abysmal. If he's terrible in the middle of the field's getting gashed like it was last year,
could happen.
Then I guess it's a little bit more than a low risk. But not only is it because they added to the defense and they added a defensive coordinator in Vic Fangio, they added to the offense with Saquon Barkley and they added to the offense with Kellen Moore. Like, I think we all agree that the offense will look better next year. And what did we say last season? The offense is probably going to have to win you some games. And in the second half of the season last year, the offense was not clicking. I know they put up points in some games, and I know they like to throw out their stats of, well, we're actually top 10 in this, and we're top 10 in that. If you just watch the games, and I'm sure Sirianni saw it himself, it was not a smooth product offensively. Brian Johnson was in over his head. Nick Sirianni's game plan was trash. I've seen college game plans better than his in the NFL. With those weapons, they still had A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. Now you add Saquon Barkley, but you also add Kellen Moore. This offense, I don't want to say is unstoppable, but this offense should average, 27 a week?
Remember, 27 tends to make you, if you average 27, you are a division winner. I had the number last year.
Oh, really?
John's calculator.
I did not know.
If you average
Kincaid's calculator.
Kincaid's calculator. If you average 27, I believe the number over a 10-year period was you won the division 80% of the time.
Oh, wow. Okay. I just threw 27 out there.
27 was the number. 27 usually puts you in the top 5 scoring teams in the NFL.
Okay.
And I do believe they're a top 5 offense. I mean, we saw it. Kellen Moore, his numbers are absolutely spectacular as far as what he produces. Kellen Moore, his first year, he was 6th in points scored. Second year, he was 17th, but he had Andy Dalton, 11.5. Then he was 1st. Then he was 4th. And so he is a guy that you can count on for when he's not having to play Easton Stick.
Right.
Or any of those. His offense has put up numbers. And with Vic Fangio, if you could just get a serviceable defense, and if it's anything better than serviceable, all bets are on.
Well, if it's top 12, like you said,
then this team should be playing in the NFC Championship.
Yeah, and we'll be talking about the SB&B all over again, right?
No, absolutely we will.
We'll get into that conversation. So you think you still need to see more?
I do.
Now, what is that more? Obviously, they're not adding more offensively, right? They're not going to – I think they're done offensively. It all comes back to the defense at this point. What more do you want them to add, or what more can they add? Because obviously they still have room on the cap. I think they were, what, 4th or 5th still highest amount of cap left. So I think Howie Roseman is still going to do something. Now, that could lead to an extension for Devontae Smith, which I think
I do believe is happening.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, that's going to happen. You have to lock that up soon. But I don't know what more they are able to do defensively. They're going to bring in vet minimum guys. Like, if we go back to the original conversation of what more you want them to do, they're going to bring in some vet minimum guys. They might still make a trade at some point come draft day. But under the assumption, if the season were to start today, what is the biggest position of need that they still need to address for you?
I'm shocked that you keep going to the defense now, because I believe the defense is going to be addressed mostly in the draft. I think they're going to go draft. They're going to do a lot. They've lost 3 offensive linemen. You've lost 3 guys from your offensive line room. Not only have you lost Jason Kelce, but you lost 2 of your backups.
Oh,
so you have
okay.
3.
So the
you have 3
okay.
guys. You have
Driscoll
3.
Driscoll and Opeta.
You got 3 now. Now some people will say, "Well, Driscoll's nothing," and Opeta was.
He was bad last year. Opeta was actually okay.
I like Opeta.
Yeah.
And I'm glad. I always am glad when I see guys get paid. But you have 3 bodies to replace on the offensive line. And to me, if the offensive line is healthy, that never becomes an Achilles heel and never becomes an issue.
Yeah, but what are they going to? They're not going to pay big money for a 6th lineman.
No, but I mean, Hennessy is, and when Matt came to the NFL, he came down to the Falcons.
Right.
So he came into the NFL. My Falcons people tell me that, again, a serviceable guy. Yeah. I expect him on this team.
Yeah.
And a serviceable body, and would tell me the fact that they grabbed him as early as they did in free agency tells me that they see Stoutland sees something he can work with.
Right, and that's a guy that you trust.
And I trust him, yes. That he sees something he can work with, I'm fine with that.
Well,
you need more bodies, and I want.
Well,
I
they
want
had Tyler Steen, who I know they may have fallen out of love with. I don't know.
You didn't lose him in the room.
Right, so
he was already there.
So he's still here.
Right, and I expect Steen to be okay.
They're probably going to draft Lane Johnson's heir apparent. That's my get. Like, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be the unsexy first-round draft pick. They'll draft an offensive lineman because that's what the Eagles do. They build in the trenches, right? And, there's that kid out of Oklahoma that's been working with Lane Johnson.
He absolutely has.
And he could be his replacement at right tackle at one point, but could start at right guard because they believe that the scouts. Look, I'm talking about the football guys
absolutely.
here. They believe he could start in the NFL as a right guard, eventually move over to right tackle.
22, 50, 53. So you're thinking the replacement for Lane Johnson goes at 22.
Yes.
That's what, what's funny is
they're very smart, even though it's unsexy, even though last year we made way too much about Bijan Robinson, right? It's not what the Eagles do. The Eagles are a build in the trenches, organizational philosophy. If it's not the replacement of Lane Johnson, they're going to draft somebody to be an edge rusher. That's good. It's going to be the non-sexy pick at 22, but it's the smart pick that will play out down the road for the Eagles. There's
certain things that I trust the Eagles to do.
Yes.
One of the things I do trust them to do is that if they go with an offensive lineman high, I'm going to feel comfortable with it. If they go with I just am concerned. I wonder, too, do they potentially go with the center out of Oregon, who is a huge, and
then what? Keep Juergens at right guard?
And then Juergens moves over. Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, it depends because we don't know what Jeff Stoutland thinks about guys in the draft, and we also don't know about what he thinks about the guys on his roster. So, to me, if he likes Juergens where he's at, and he's comfortable with it, then you could be talking about a year under Juergens where they re-up him at a position where they don't have to pay him as much.
Right. I'm just not. I would rather Juergens instead. I don't like the size at right guard. I don't. I had a problem with it going. I had a problem going into last season with it. I actually wanted a different right guard. I understand people wanted him to play because he was a second-round draft pick, and why would you draft somebody that high and not play him for 2 seasons? But I think at times it did beat them up a little bit. I mean, he got attacked. That side of the line got attacked.
No, they did.
A lot because of how undersized he was. And then, the times when Lane Johnson was banged up, you were going Driscoll and Cam Juergens, an undersized right guard at times, which I was not in favor of. So
no.
I'm all in favor of moving Juergens to center at some point. He's got the similar build to Jason Kelce. And
Kelce picked him.
Right, exactly. So I would hope that he can figure out how to play center in the NFL, and then you get a big body at right guard. So I am still focusing on the defense. If I were to add another player, I'm still looking at that safety position, even though I'm terrified of James Bradbury, but I think they could even cut Bradbury and then give Rodgers a shot. We always forget about Isaiah Rodgers because he missed all of last year because of some issues.
Issues?
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani, his favorite
similar to
his
Ohtani.
favorite player.
Yeah.
His favorite player in Major League Baseball. He's got the Ohtani jersey
Yes.
that he likes to wear. Look, I trust that Rodgers is going to be a player. A buddy of mine is with the Colts.
Okay.
And pretty good. And says, you got a player there. Said, you have a starting player caliber guy in Rodgers. How quickly does he come around? And we'll talk to Andrew DeCecco later today.
Yes.
Andrew DeCecco's like, how long is the curve going to be on getting him up ready
to speed
play?
because it's been a whole year out of the NFL.
And it may it's like a year plus. So he's really got time he has to make up for.
But I guess the good thing is it's not a year plus after a major injury.
No, that's the truth.
Not that I'm trying to pull a positive out of him
no.
being suspended for gambling.
No, but I
right?
think
at least it had nothing to do with a major injury. Like he should still be in shape. I imagine he was
I
still
think so.
working out off to the side.
I do wonder about the with him, the idea of that kind of time off at that point in your career. Some people are like, well, that's great. It'll give him more tread in the tire.
I don't buy that.
I don't buy
No.
that either.
No.
I'm not so
as long as he can get back into game speed, not game shape necessarily, but game speed. But I'm still looking at like Justin Simmons. The fact that name popped up again yesterday, if you could get him at a reasonable deal, and he's a guy that played for Vic Fangio, so he knows the scheme, number one. Number two, he comes in as a veteran presence. As long as he still has something left in the tank, that's for Howie Roseman to decide. They brought in Kevin Byard at the trade deadline. He looked cooked.
He was terrible.
He was awful last year, so you don't want to run into that same situation with a full season of Justin Simmons. But if he has something left and also knows how to play in this scheme and played at it at a very high level with Vic Fangio as an all-pro, as a Pro Bowler, then I think that's still a very good area to approach, even though that means you're focusing more on safety than edge rusher at this point. But I think they're putting the bread in the basket of Josh Sweat to have a resurgence and Bryce Huff to be the guy that they paid $17 million for.
I am absolutely feeling as if this offseason is off to a great start. But the word start matters to me. It's a start. Like,
Yes.
I'm not like, I do not feel, if right now, do I think they're better? You asked me yesterday, are they better? Yeah, they're better. There's not a question. I don't know how much worse they could have gotten.
I understand that.
But I do, and we are also counting on that. I am counting on Jordan Davis because
You have to.
2 years in a row, through week 11, the Eagles were the best team against the run in the NFL. And Jordan Davis was the major run stuffer in both of those 11-game stretches.
Yep.
But it just spooks me that come Thanksgiving time, December, he's out. And so I'm hoping that changes. I think Jalen Carter's an absolute beast.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
I have zero concerns about Carter taking the next step.
The next step. No, he's gonna be a beast. Now, I wonder, our old buddy Baldy put out the Jordan Davis may be out of shape thing toward the end of the season last year.
He did.
I wonder if that could have also been from the Eagles camp, because you know how he works dirty. Could that have been from the Eagles camp, and then maybe that could have been a message to Jordan Davis to try to get into shape going into year 3?
It could be. One thing we do know, I think we both know about Baldy, is Baldy has his own opinion.
Yes.
Like Baldy does look at the tape and say what he says.
Yeah.
I don't think he's carrying the water
No,
for
I
Howie.
don't think so.
But absolutely, do I think Howie could whisper that in someone's ear? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Is that I don't watch your show with the dragons and everything, but what do you guys
Game of Thrones?
What do you guys call him? Littlefinger.
Oh, Littlefinger.
My
Oh,
wife
yeah.
saw
Oh,
it.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so,
with the dragons.
So it could be. I can't.
Come on, House of Dragon coming out this June, man.
Oh, my wife
It's a
can't wait.
prequel.
My
I'm
wife
pumped.
can't wait for that. I find out all the time what the Bridgerton's coming.
Okay, I don't watch that.
Yeah, I don't watch that.
That's
either.
a Connor Thomas
and that's
show.
a
That's not a Connor.
apologies to my buddy Tom Verica from Havertown who directs it.
Oh,
And but I do not watch.
congratulations on your success.
I do not watch
You're just not
Bridgerton.
getting my money.
Yeah, I
That's
can't
all I
watch.
can say. All right, so what we're focusing on today to start the show, and you can call in at 610-632-0975, or you can text in
What?
at 610-632-0975. That launched yesterday. I thought that was really cool. If the offseason were to end today, are the Eagles back into the conversation of being NFC contenders, getting back to the Super Bowl where they were 2 years ago? Because here's the deal. We're so hyper-focused on the Eagles, as we should be. Well, if you look around the rest of the NFL, are there teams like the 49ers that have gotten better? Have the Packers gotten better? Focusing on the NFC, have the Lions gotten better? Have the Cowboys gotten better? I don't think I could say the same about some of the other teams in the NFC.
Cowboys have
the
not.
way that the Eagles did.
Yeah, Cowboys and 49ers have not.
I could say the Eagles have had a much more better offseason than all the other teams that we're focusing on that could also be NFC contenders. So we'll do a run through of that at some point during the show today. But I want to play something from Adam Schefter coming up next. He talked about how this roster was being put together, and I'm going to ask this question again. If Fangio made the calls, does that make you more confident in what this defense could look like coming up next season? So we'll get into that coming your way next. A lot in store for you today. You mentioned Andrew DeCecco. He's going to be joining us later on in the 7 o'clock hour. We have this Shohei Ohtani story that we have to get to.
You bet we're going to get to that.
Yeah, bet. That's good work for it. We got the Sixers game that we're going to react to. You have a Flyers potential playoff preview that we're going to get to. A lot in store for you, and it's only been 20 minutes of Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers shut down in Phoenix. I'm Connor.
Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
The 6 a.m. hour is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. My friends at Bradford White, they're here for the pro. And I had plenty of hot water this morning thanks to Bradford White. Appreciate it. You want a tankless model, you want anything from them. A good Philly-based company. A lot of big sports fans there at Bradford White. We appreciate them being part of Kincade Salciunas.
Absolutely. It's 6:30 on Kincade Salciunas this beautiful Thursday morning. So I have a question that will follow up what we originally started the show with. So what we're asking today, if the season was starting tomorrow,
Yes.
right? Fast forward, they're playing in Sao Paulo, Brazil tomorrow, right? Is this team built to once again contend? We're not going to go Super Bowl just yet, even though the NFC Championship game is pretty far too. But
yes, that'd be Final
NFC
Four.
Championship game. Is this team built well enough to be back there? And we are both in agreement, yes, and for a couple of reasons. The offense is now significantly better, not just because of Saquon Barkley, but because of the guy who's going to be calling the plays. Kellen Moore, the numbers that you've been giving out this week
I love him.
have been tremendous, and it excites me for how this offense should look so much more smoother. It should flow so much better. It shouldn't look hard to get first downs. That was one of my biggest things that I took away from last year, and I would bring this up a lot. Dude, it wasn't hard to score touchdowns for them last year. It was hard to get first downs. I love the tush push as much as the next person, but it seemed like there was tush pushes 4 times a drive.
Yeah, I just I'm not a fan. I mean, I'm a fan of the tush push being successful.
Yes.
I was more embarrassed that you had to use it so often.
So I remember the Eagles-Cowboys game, the second game. Remember Turpin, their speed
Yes.
receiver for the Cowboys? They ran a jet sweep with Turpin on a 3rd and 1. That got him like 25 yards. The Eagles would have ran the tush push on 3rd and 1. That would have got him a first down. But it's like the momentum killer, right? Or there was never any momentum to begin with. You get a 25-yard gain on a jet sweep on 3rd and 1. Your offense is feeling good.
People talk
You're
about
trekking
it.
downfield.
People talk about it being something that's disheartening to the other team. That the tush push is so disheartening. I felt like it was a little disheartening to us.
Yeah, because you got 1 yard.
That you need this big production in order to be able to do
Look,
that.
it's great on the goal line.
Yes, absolutely.
Keep using it, but like when it's 3rd and 1 on your own 30, I get it's an unstoppable play. So maybe in certain situations use it, but 3rd and 1 on the opposing team's 40. You know, remember the old days? It was 2nd and 1. You take the shot downfield.
Absolutely.
And if you didn't get it, you ran the football on 3rd and 1. You should do that now on 3rd and 1 because it's 4 down territory in a lot of areas. So I'm glad that Kellen Moore is here. The offense should look more smooth. It shouldn't look difficult just to get first downs. And then the defense, they did add talent, even though we are assuming in this conversation that Hassan Reddick is not on the team. So I'm going to ask you something.
Which breaks my heart, by the way.
I asked you this yesterday.
Yes.
If it's Vic Fangio's decision to not want Hassan Reddick back, I think you respect it. So if this team was built based off Vic Fangio's decision, we had Adam Schefter on yesterday, and he talked about that on the show.
I think it's absolutely a collective vision, and I think Howie Roseman becomes the lead grocery shopper, but he doesn't go without adding things to the list. Like when I go to the supermarket for my wife, what do you want me to get? You got creamer, milk, eggs. Okay, and then I add this and that and this and that, and I kind of feel like that's the way they probably do it here a little bit, right? Vic says, I could use a corner, I could use a safety, I could use a pass rusher. I like this guy, I like that guy. Howie goes to the market and he brings home, Bryce Huff, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. This is what he brings home. Now, maybe Vic would have liked, I don't know, Danielle Hunter, but it wasn't on sale. And Bryce Huff was at a fair price. And so, yeah, those are all good analogies. And I do think it's a collaborative effort. And I'm sure Nick does have some say, but it's a whole team effort here with Howie going out to buy the groceries.
I love how he said Nick has some say, because you also asked Sirianni.
Yes.
Some say.
And
say.
And you're not surprised by that, are you?
No, he shouldn't have much say.
And to me, that tells me the fact that Adam says it with such, like, just a casual nature.
Yeah, some say. He's
It
got
tells
some
me
say.
around the NFL.
Yeah. He's
He
there.
has some say.
He's in the room.
I can tell you this. They talk about people would say, well, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, those guys don't run either side of the ball.
They have say, though.
Those guys have the control.
They have the say.
They hired the coordinator.
Right. They have the say.
They say yes.
Yeah.
So that's the difference.
So if this defense was under the vision of Vic Fangio, doesn't that make you feel better
Much
about
better.
the defense?
Absolutely much better.
And
There's
that's
not
what
even a
we're
question.
kind of getting that out of Schefter. That look, Howie's the guy that made the signings. Fangio may have wanted different players, but I'm sure they looked under the same umbrella of certain skill sets. And if that's what fits to Fangio's scheme, and you're a big Fangio guy too,
I am.
then that should make you feel more confident about the defense. Like, I don't think they brought in Devin White because Howie Roseman wanted to get a name. I think they bring in Devin White because Vic Fangio goes, that guy's skill set, obviously he's been struggling the last 4 years, but that guy's skill set, I can use that in my system.
I'm a believer in Fangio, so you're feeding me exactly what I need to hear.
Okay.
Is that I believe in Vic. I believe in Vic Fangio. I believe in Kellen Moore's impact, though, is going to be bigger on what happens in 2024 potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if they're scoring 27 points a game,
fantastic.
And then all of a sudden you're, like you said, top 5 scoring offense. If you're scoring 27, that should win you the division. Now we got a text in regards to this conversation today. Connor, what's up, man?
We absolutely did. We got a text from our friend Reese in Nebraska saying...
Reese in Nebraska, love it.
Yeah, although he gives Howie a solid A for this offseason, he scares me in one key area for this football team, the draft. So he's still worried about what could happen with the draft and whether or not that could even set the team back. Not that you're going to get worse from the draft, but, like, I understand kind of where he's coming from.
I'm not going to say you probably can't get worse, but like Nolan Smith not being a factor last year hurt the team.
Right.
Nakobe Dean not being a factor last year. Forget injury. When he was on the field, he didn't look all that great. That's going to hurt the team. Jordan Davis being a first-round pick 2 years ago and being a rotational guy, that could hurt the team. But
I expect he's going to have to still be a rotational guy. But again, he was the top run stuffer in the NFL his rookie year. Like, before he got hurt,
right?
And then had to miss those few games. Look, I need so much more out of Jordan Davis.
Yes,
so much more.
But I don't think this draft can hurt the team. It can only help. Because here's the deal.
I would agree.
Like Jalen Reagor, drafting Reagor over Justin Jefferson hurt the team that year because you needed a weapon for Carson Wentz, and then eventually Jalen Hurts, and he was far from that. Whereas this team is so stacked, at least I would say top heavy, right? Top heavy. Every starter on the offense is you feel great about. There's majority of starters on defense. I don't think they're going to be drafting a starter this year.
I do not believe they will be.
Where on the field would you draft a starter right now?
Linebacker.
So you have Devin White, Nakobe Dean. So you
I would. All
right, so one more linebacker. So they might draft a starting rookie linebacker, but maybe early on in the season they trot out the Bonds of the world, or a vet minimum guy, and then eventually the guy can replace it. Because remember, Howie Roseman said during the Combine press conference, he made a point to say, Nick's got to realize it's okay to play the younger players. I think that was a direct shot in terms of Nolan Smith not getting much time on the field last year.
And I don't know if I put that on Desire or I put it on Nick.
I'll say this. I don't blame them for any of it.
You really don't?
Wouldn't you want your best players on the field?
I think they broke the wheels off their best players.
Well, they did.
I think that was so. To me, that was negligence.
Yeah. Okay.
And if I hadn't said it along the way, the snap counts, then I'd feel differently. Right. I was saying it along the way.
Yeah, I remember you guys were reading it. You guys were reading it every single Monday.
Let's get it down. Counts. And so that was important.
All right, let's go to Scott in West Philly. Scott, you're on the Fanatic.
Morning, fellas.
Morning, Scott.
I'm agreeing with you guys. I think the Kellen Moore, well, first at least, I think the Kellen Moore pickup is just as good as any player we could have gotten. Like, last year, our problem was coaching. We were 10-1 through 11 games with Brian Johnson calling screenplays. I think the national media is not respecting the Birds all season or this team at all because the 49ers are imploding right now. The Cowboys don't know if they want to pay Dak or not, $60 million. Like, we're good. We're looking good. All we needed was a coordinator, and we got one.
Well, the one
you
thing,
got two.
Oh, we got two. I mean, are you as confident
about BJ?
Are you as confident about Fangio as you are about Moore?
Like you said, you just need a defense to be competent. Again, last year, Howie gives us the pieces. They don't perform. I mean, yeah, he's wrong for getting those groceries, but that's what people wanted. We liked the defense when the season started. So as long as they're competent and this offense can actually – we got Saquon Barkley. That's an upgrade. Like, I feel good. 10-1 last season with the coordinator we had. Like, it's to the moon now.
I love your enthusiasm.
It should be better. Thanks for the call, Scott. I appreciate it. Like I said this a lot. 10-1 to 11-6 was not just because of poor talent. It was also because of issues in the locker room. Now that's the biggest question. That's something that we're not talking about right now. Like today's conversation is on paper.
Yes.
Obviously, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered next year in terms of leadership, in terms of How connected is the locker room? Can they avoid that sort of collapse again? And obviously that collapse was more than just talent. And those answers will come as the season's going on or as whispers come out during training camp, because people are going to ask the questions like, hey, what's the mental state of the locker? Like, that's going to come your way come training camp. That's probably going to be the first question that a lot of reporters give, and it's something that we need to hear answers for. But we'll get the true answers come regular season time.
Know who's going to have the greatest year of his career?
Who?
Dallas Goedert.
Oh, well,
I'll give you another tasty number on Kellen.
Well, can you hold on to that?
Yeah,
because coming up next, there's two reasons why I think this team's going to be better.
Two.
One of them is because of that.
Yes.
And one is another guy on offense. So we'll talk about that coming up next. You can call in or climb in via text 610-632-0975. I also have a Vic Fangio point that I do want to bring up. Something that's not going to cause concern, just something that I think is okay to put out into the air and not just be fully confident in Fangio. I'll throw it to you coming up next, okay? I don't want to send shivers down your spine because you said I'm making you feel more confident already.
No, you are. You're making me feel a little better.
I'm not trying to bring you back down just like 10 minutes later. So we'll continue that conversation coming your way next. Andrew DeCecco will be joining us at 7:30 to answer said question. Is this team back to NFC title contenders based off the roster changes they've made so far if the season were to start tomorrow? It is Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bob Cooney with 76.
Salciunas talking to Eagles to start the show. If the roster were to be the way that it is today, come week 1, so we're going into our time machine, and today's the Thursday before week 1, which is a Friday night when they take on probably the Cleveland Browns is the latest rumor, because there was a Browns player that was on a podcast that said, yeah, we're going to Brazil this year. So he may have leaked that a little too early, but we'll find out who the Eagles take on week 1.
A lot of good massage parlors in São Paulo, from what I understand.
I'll leave that one for you.
So that could be a problem.
That's your joke. If the Eagles season started tomorrow, is this roster good enough to get back to the NFC Championship game? Now, you say that Dallas Goedert will be a big part of it. I say that Jalen Hurts, because you and I are in agreement that he'll be better than last year. If he is better,
I think he's going to be. I think he will be in the neighborhood of 2022.
All right, so they're 10-1 last year with the struggles.
Yes, and Jalen wasn't.
He wasn't
statistically. His team was good, and if your team's 10-1 and nobody else is, the quarterback's going to be in the MVP discussion.
His first 4 weeks, he struggled a lot.
Yes,
and then weeks 5 through 10 was when you started seeing, except for the Jets game.
That Jets game
was when you saw Jalen Hurts starting getting back to that form a little bit, and then everything just went off the rails, including his own play. I could make the case that if Jalen Hurts played better in the second half of the season, they'd probably steal a win or two, like the Seattle Seahawks game.
The Seattle
they
game's the one I point to.
Yeah,
and the Arizona game. The Arizona game and the Seattle game. But the Arizona game, I put much more in the defense.
Yeah, I mean,
that game was
they couldn't stop James Conner. That guy ran for 600 yards in that game.
He ran all over them. So, I mean, there is that number.
But let's say he makes a couple more plays instead of kicking a field. Like, you remember, they only got a field goal. If they win 2 more games, they're 13-4.
I'm of the belief that if the first quarter of that San Francisco game goes
a different way,
when you get 2 field goals.
If he doesn't fumble in Dallas territory.
He fumbled.
Devontae Smith
and Devontae and AJ dropped touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, that game
wasn't totally on Jalen Hurts.
That game goes differently. So, but I love the fact that there's going to be a big year for Dallas Goedert.
Right. And so if Hurts plays better, Goddard also plays better. Now, why is Dallas Goedert going to play better with Mr. Kincaid's calculator?
Because of his his offensive coordinator.
Okay.
Because of Kellen Moore. On average, Dallas Goedert gets 51 receptions a year.
Okay.
He has never gotten a 60 reception season. Kellen Moore has already had 4, close to 5 60 reception seasons by tight ends in his offenses in his 5 years.
Part of that was Dallas, which is always we have the quarterback factor.
Well, do you think
Jordan
Schultz is that much better than Dallas Goedert?
No.
Jordan Schultz is the guy. Jordan Schultz, 20 more receptions.
Okay.
20. He absolutely relies on the tight end, and many years his tight end is his second most receptions in his offense. So I think Dallas Goedert is huge, and he loves the tight end in the red zone.
Okay.
So to me, Dallas Goedert is the guy who arguably may benefit the most as far as the pieces around Jalen Hurts of Kellen Moore being here. A quarterback's best friend, they always say, it's the tight end.
Yeah.
The quarterback, I think he really appreciates it. And 2, Dallas Goedert will have more space to operate in because of the fact that you have Saquon, you've got Brown, you've got Devontae Smith.
And as you said earlier this week, Kellen Moore schemes his players open instead of bubble screens and fades. And
3 of 5 years, largest gap of space.
That's awesome.
He schemes people open on reception.
My God, it's going to be – that's one of the biggest reasons. I don't want to say forget the defense, because obviously the defense is to stop players. But part of me wants to say forget the defense. This offense is going to be better this year. And it's all because of Kellen Moore and the addition of Saquon Barkley, and I think Hurts plays better. I think there's a multitude of reasons why the offense looks better, but Kellen Moore is actually going to operate a good offense, whereas last year, I'm sorry, Brian Johnson was inept. Nick Sirianni's game plan –
He was inept.
Nick Sirianni's game plan sucked. Brian Johnson's play calling was inept, and that's why he is not even an offensive coordinator in the NFL anymore. And there were plenty of opportunities for him to get a job. And how many times did we have to hear, well, across league circles, Brian Johnson's thought very highly of? All right, so
that's fine. I mean,
why did he take a step back in his career?
No, he did not even I mean, he's not even in the mix.
No,
I mean, he's
an
an
assistant
offensive
now.
assistant.
Hey, he took a step back because he was so bad last year. And all I had to hear was about how highly he's thought after across the entire NFL. Oh, he's going to be head coach in a couple years. Yeah? I don't see that right now.
I don't either. Now, because you don't go from being like a offensive assistant to being the head coach.
No,
that
you have
really,
to go back to being an OC first.
That rarely happens. But I am very excited for what the offense can do to help the defense.
And part
also.
of that is because Hurts will be better this year. And it helps the defense. Yeah.
Time of possession, keep the ball away. He does run the football, and he loves to run the football. And when he had Ezekiel Elliott, and remember, he didn't have Ezekiel Elliott's first 3 years.
Right.
He had Ezekiel Elliott after Zeke had some wear on the tires.
Oh, and Tony Pollard.
And he loved to use them.
Yeah.
Loves to use them.
So I
feel good about it.
We have a poll up, which is John Kincaid's favorite thing.
I love polls. I'm
John
glad
Kincaid
we agree on
loves
this.
Twitter polls.
Yeah, I just love them.
What do we got so far today, Connor?
Well, this is great. If the Eagles' offseason ended today and they played their Week 1 game tomorrow, do you believe this roster is good enough as is to contend for an NFC championship? And, John, before I read the responses, skewed or not?
No, it's not skewed.
That's good.
I do not believe it's skewed.
That's a straight poll.
I think you absolutely did it right, and I'm glad you asked me how to say it.
Well, the responses would say it's not skewed. 49% are saying yes, they've done enough. 51% are saying no, still work
so
to do.
we got a split poll here.
Yeah, we got a good
Well,
old
I don't think it's
barn burner.
enough yet. You sort of.
I do. I think it's enough. Look, do I still have my eyes on a guy like Justin Simmons? Do I still have my eyes on more rotational guys on the edge, especially if Hassan Reddick's gone? Yeah, absolutely.
And are they better than last year right
Yes.
now? Yes. Is it enough? No.
Well, better than last year. They were 10-1 at one point. They fell apart because of locker room issues.
So what has changed in the locker room?
Well, I would hope that look, I'm under the assumption, this conversation is under the assumption of just roster construction.
Okay, then what I'm saying to you is that, though, the idea is that you then want me to, if you want me to take the leap of saying, well, they're definitely better. I think the roster's better.
Okay.
But I don't know that the mental fragility of that team is better.
Well,
and I don't know that the veteran leaders of that locker room, and I use it with the air quotes for the YouTube audience, I think they did a crappy job last year. So I don't know if Kelsey and Cox being gone makes it even better.
Well, that's why the reports came out the way they did about Jalen Hurts. I think that was more so
Come on, Jalen.
a message to Jalen, like, hey, you can't fall back on these guys. You're now the head honcho. This is year one of your new big contract. I think that's part of it. So we have a split poll. Okay, so we'll have to dive deeper into that.
Written.
If we that's a good point. You can text in your response at 610-632-0975. Do you believe that if this season started tomorrow, that this roster right now, don't give me an answer of, well, yes, if they get this. No, I'm saying if the roster is set right now, they have to put in the paperwork. This is the 53-man roster. Is this roster good enough to get back to being contenders for the NFC Championship game? I say, hell yeah, man. The offense could be better, and the defense is already better on paper. So we'll reset everything coming here next. Also, quick recap of last night's Sixers game. But more interesting when it comes to the Sixers, not just the loss of the Suns, a rumor surrounding a big name this offseason. I'll tell you who that is next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. of a Sixers potential free agent during the offseason. I'll tell you about that coming up later on in this segment, but this is going to be a busy one. Another busy offseason for the Sixers since
What are they?
7 years running now.
And how many, roster spots? 10?
Oh,
9?
my God. Well, they only have 2 guys
10?
under contract with the
Exactly.
assumption that Tyrese Maxey gets signed. And, oh, by the way, if they lose in the first round of the playoffs, Paul Reed's contract
It's voided.
voided. So it could actually be only Joel Embiid under contract going into the next season with the assumption that Tyrese Maxey gets extended. So I'll tell you who this player is coming up later this segment. But just to let you know what we're talking about. So, and it's fascinating that the poll is split basically 50-50. Who got the edge? No, not yet, Connor?
Yeah, they had 51%.
Okay. So the
right side.
The question that we're asking you guys
Stop
today
skewing it.
is if the season were to start tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is the Friday night game in Sao Paulo. Is this Eagles roster good enough to be considered once again NFC championship contenders? Now, I want to go back to what you were saying last year. So when they were 10-1, you were still pointing out the issues. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you pointing out the issue? You obviously you didn't foresee.
No.
the 1 and 6. Were those issues bad enough where you were thinking this team would lose in the first or second round of the playoffs?
No, I thought they would not get to the Super Bowl
But you
playing
still
the way that
thought
they were.
NFC championship.
Oh,
game.
absolutely. The one thing I kept saying was the boogeyman of San Francisco.
Okay.
I said San Francisco was a much better complete team.
Yeah, I think we all agreed that.
They looked so complete.
They had the 3-game losing streak, but then they turned it back.
But again, I was straddling the fence in the fact that I was saying, sound the alarms. This team's not playing well enough. This team's not playing anything like 2022. And then I was also saying, I think they'll get it fixed.
Right, yeah. I think we were all saying that.
And I also thought at the end of the year, the schedule's so easy that his last 3 games, they'll coast home. Little did I know.
Yeah, no.
So I'm not. So it's not
horrible.
like I was psychic and saw everything the way it was. I thoroughly expected they were going to fix their problem.
Right, and
they did not.
Unfortunately, didn't. Part of it was talent. Part of it was obviously issues in the locker room. I think in terms of just strictly roster construction, this is a better team than last year. And
That's safe.
And I believe that 11-6 right now could when we do W's and L's, John. When the
Okay, I'm out. Wait, whoa. Connor, you have my vacation schedule, right?
The schedule
Yeah,
comes
Okay,
down.
you got my vacation schedule. Could you can't schedule it for one of those days?
No. We got to do it the day before you leave. 'Cause
And I can watch it on YouTube.
I want you to leave on a high note, John. We'll do the whole 9 o'clock
I'm going
hour,
to
W's
need
and
to
L's.
be high if we're doing that.
We're gonna
and I have a
change that
feeling that could
chair.
be arranged.
I'm your guy.
I think that could be arranged.
I'll
Yes.
be your guy for that.
I'm not
but
surprised.
11-6, like if I say right now 11-6, they should be 12-4, 13
12 and 5.
12-5 or 13-4 at this point, right? Just roster alone.
Right now, I look at this team
Without
and I
looking
say,
at the schedule.
They have 12 and 5 written all over them.
Okay.
By the way, you do know one of my national holidays, right? Christmas.
Yes.
Love Christmas.
Oh, I
Love
know it.
Thanksgiving. Connor, you want to tell them?
Schedule release day.
Oh, schedule release day to me is like, honestly, it's like a party.
It's one of your favorite. It's one
I'm
of your
so
favorite days.
excited.
Yeah.
I'm already looking at Philly sports trips going, okay, let's have that New Orleans game fall right.
Yeah. Good time of the
Let's
year.
have that New Orleans game
Right.
fall like right around early November or Halloweenish.
And then when we get to that part of the schedule, we'll see what our record is so far when we do W's and L's.
Well, no,
John.
you'll be able to do that because I've got days off.
We'll run a poll about how many wins the Eagles get next season. So I have a question about Vic Fangio. I saw something during the season. Remember, I was doing the pregame show, so
Sure.
I was deep into the Eagles' numbers. I was almost Kincaid's calculator-esque with the numbers.
I know, and I appreciate
you got to
that.
throw out there during the pregame show. So Jimmy Kempski did an Ask Me Anything or a mailbag, right? A lot of the reporters like doing the mailbags when they have an extra day and they need the content, which, look, it's a good way to get the content out there. And somebody asked about, like, Sean Desai's defense and how it compares to the other Vic Fangio tree guys. Because remember, it's Desai, it's Gannon, it's Fangio, and there's probably like 5 other defensive coordinators. There was not a single member of the Fangio tree in the top 15 last year.
Where were they coaching, though? Like, to me, Jonathan Gannon had nothing.
Right.
He had
and
nothing.
so context would also tell you that some of the teams were probably not so great, but not a single team, including Fangio's, And this is he's the bark, right?
Yes.
He's not one of the limbs. Like he's the whole
He's
tree.
the trunk.
He's the trunk. And he had good players on that Dolphin. Now they riddled with injuries,
Yes.
right? Ramsey missed time. Xavier Howard missed time.
Three of their top
linebacker-
4 players got hurt.
Missed time. So I will give excuses, right? You can have down years, right? You can have up years. You can have down years. But not a single out of like the 6 or 7 defensive coordinators were even in the top 15. So my old producer in the middays, Ray Dunn, who's doing a tremendous job with Bob, made, I thought, one of the greater points about the Vic Fangio hiring.
Okay.
He's excited for 2 reasons. One, if he is this messiah, and the defenses were back, right? Top 12.
If he you can pretty much target that he's going to be in the top, like he's going to be around 12.
Right. But if he's not, we find out if the Vic Fangio scheme is gone. Like it's run its course in the NFL. I love that point by Ray because it's one of these, yeah, he's right. We'll either be better this year, the defense will either be better this year, or we'll find out it's outdated and you got to move on from it.
Okay, I think
Because teams scheme up against schemes.
I think it's very observative, Ray.
This scheme has been around for a long time.
It has been. And I am not the biggest fan of it. I don't know about you two. I am not the biggest.
I like a little bit more pressure.
So do I. And but I am also a believer. Like, who was the top defense coordinator in the NFL last year?
I'm not sure who was it.
A gentleman who won the Super Bowl here in Philadelphia.
Oh,
with
Steve
us.
Spags. No, Spags.
No,
Jonathan
no.
Gannon.
No. He was in Cleveland.
Oh, I'm sorry. Won this. Jim Schwartz.
Jim Schwartz's defense was the best in the NFL last year.
Right. Now, they had a ton of talent.
They did.
And I like Jim Schwartz. I did not want him fired.
I did not want him fired. But I think he walked away. I really do think he walked away.
I remember saying on the air, because I think I was actually, it was like a weekend when it happened, that it was one of these, okay, I wish he stayed, but I'm excited to see what's next. Because I wasn't really in love with Jim Schwartz's scheme either, but I thought he was a professional defensive coordinator.
Absolutely.
And that's why your defense was successful. And look at where it is in Cleveland right now.
I think
You're right.
with this offense, Jim Schwartz's defense would be perfectly fine. Would be more than adequate.
Yeah.
It would be top 8, something along those lines. And to me, I think that's a great point by Ray Dunn. Great point. Because we do need to know at some point
if it's
whether the road
run
we're
its
going
course or
down,
not.
has it run its course?
Because you see, it's in all sports, right? Offenses get figured out in basketball and in hockey. Like, if you're doing the same thing, if that's your scheme, like, it is the Vic Fangio tree. It is his scheme. So if you're any defensive coordinator, if you're an offensive coordinator, you go, oh, this guy runs a Vic Fangio scheme. All right, I know how to attack this. Now, sometimes if you have talent, the talent overcomes,
right? Exactly.
Right? So we could see that. But that is something to definitely keep an eye on this year. Has the scheme run its course? And I think it's a great observation, as you said, by Ray, because it's either the defense is back to being top half or it's been figured out. Let's see how the other defensive coordinators across the NFL that have been under the Fangio scheme pan out.
I like your thought process on that one.
All right, so last night, Sixers fall to the Suns. Connor
watched it.
I got to give you a lot of credit. So, full disclosure, this is week 1 of the morning show. Now, you've been doing it for 3.5, going on 4 years. This is day 4 for me. I did not make it up till 10 o'clock.
No.
I was shocked that I made it to the third period of the Flyers game the other night, and I rewatched the final period, especially when I woke up. When it was 3-0, when Morgan Frost scored the other night, I said, all right, I think I could turn this off. I watched the rest of the second period. I fell asleep during the third period. I woke up, and I'm like, what? So I rewatched it because Hulu, I could fast forward during timeouts and everything. I was drinking my morning coffee. I fast forwarded. When I woke up this morning, I saw that nobody had offensive game for the Sixers, and Kelly Oubre was your leading scorer, and Tyrese Maxey looked like he had a rough night, and Tobias Harris didn't play again, and they lost to the Suns, and I don't think they do well on this West Coast trip. I just said, all right, I'll let Connor do the talking. So what the hell happened last night? I don't know how you did it. You slept like 8 hours during the day.
Yeah, I went to sleep at like 3, and I woke up at 9:45.
Do you have like a cave to sleep in?
I mean, my room doesn't have outside windows, so I can make it pretty dark in there if I need to.
Wait a minute.
What? You live in you sleep in
living room.
solitary confinement.
Yeah, my living room has windows, so I get light through the apartment. But if I put the shades down, my room is deep enough into the building that it doesn't get light.
You don't have a window in your room.
No, but
Because that's not a bedroom then.
Yeah.
Legally, that's not a bedroom.
Wouldn't that be a fire hazard?
That's a fire hazard.
I don't know.
Where do you
There's
live?
doors. I live in a normal apartment building.
He lives in
I
a
get
slum.
plenty of
Did
light.
they open up Eastern State for
He
you?
lives on the set of The Wire.
The apartment's
God,
on
what
full.
is this?
It's a very nice place. Anyway, I got my sleep. I got up. I watched the game. So we got that done. I got you guys covered. They didn't rebound at all. There were, I think the Suns had like 9 offensive rebounds before the first quarter was over. It was just 3 or 4 opportunities down the floor every time. And Maxey looked like really as bad as I've seen him look all year.
What was the deficiency last night?
What wasn't? I mean, they were given too many second chance opportunities, so the
with
rebounding
Maxey.
was really. He just couldn't get stuff going. He wasn't himself. Everyone has off nights.
Yeah.
It was just one of those. He couldn't dribble. He couldn't shoot. Nothing was falling. The defense wasn't good. Everyone has bad nights, and that was one of his worst nights of the season.
All right.
And look, and Maxey's been carrying a big part of the load. You're not taking it.
Well, I mean,
you're not taking shots at him. You're just saying it's a bad night.
He was 3 of 13 yesterday.
That's
from the
terrible.
field. 0 of 4 from 3. That's
Okay,
that's a tough night for him. And look, once Joel Embiid comes back, we all expect that Maxey's play is going to get back to where it was. Now, look, Maxey dropped 30 in 3 straight games before last night, so it's not like Maxey's all of a sudden on this slump because he doesn't have Joel Embiid. You know, the 3 games before that, he had 30 and 10, 30 and 4, 30 and 4. So he's been playing at a high level. He had a rough night last night, first night on the West Coast trip, time difference, all that kind of stuff. Hopefully that turns around because this is a tough one right now. And we've said, Kate Scott said 2-2 when she joined us earlier this week. We both said that's a freaking win if they go 2-2.
I don't believe they're going.
I don't think they're going 2-2.
If they win one of the games, I'm okay with it. If they win one,
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Yeah, you don't
But
want to get
today you're
swept
back
on
at
this.
8. But today you're back in the 8 seed.
Yeah, you are.
Which is tough.
And the Bulls won, so you're not just you can't just pencil in the 8 seed either. And the 8 seed again gives
I
you
think
2.
you can.
You do.
The Bulls
agree.
have to win a lot, and the Sixers have to lose
They do.
a lot.
I don't think it's going to happen, but I don't think you can just assume that it is.
So, obviously, the question I'm going to bring up to you is about the offseason, which I hate that I'm talking offseason because the season's not over yet.
It isn't.
And the playoffs are around the corner, and Joel Embiid will be back, but we're all
Really?
under.
You're saying that so emphatically.
I think the way he's progressing, I keep on hearing progressing now. Ever since the Ramona Shelburne not even close report came out, there's been a lot of progressing.
But
and
it's
a lot
Joel
of,
Embiid you're
Yes,
talking about.
Yeah, I think he's going to be back. Now, is he going to be MVP Embiid? No, I don't think so. I think that'd be crazy to assume, and I'm already angry at the people that are going to be ripping him come playoff time. Oh, he's not playing hard. Well, coming off of a surgery. And
You literally would jump in front of a SEPTA bus.
for Joel Embiid,
For
yeah,
Joel Embiid.
yeah, absolutely. But
That's the mountain you will die on.
yes, because when healthy, he's extremely talented, and I think he's the most disrespected athlete in the city of Philadelphia right now. So there's a report about an all-star that is once again linked to the Sixers and has been for years, going back to when he was with the Indiana Pacers.
Oh, no.
And that is Paul George.
Oh, no.
So Mark Stein said this yesterday. League sources say that Philadelphia continues to loom as an eager Paul George suitor should he make it onto the open market. The Sixers are said to maintain interest in George despite the widely held presumption that he and Leonard want to keep playing together. The Sixers are projected to have considerable cap space this summer to pursue another star-level target. Before the max contract extension, they are expected to award all-star guard Tyrese. Now, you're saying, oh, no. Paul George will turn 34 in May.
That is exactly why one of the reasons I'm saying it, and only one of the last 5 years, and it will be this year, would he be eligible for any postseason awards?
Right.
He is a guy who plays 56, 31,
Yep.
54, 48.
It's been a long time, man.
I mean, he misses 30-some games a year.
When healthy, extremely talented. But
okay.
now I'm already doing this with Joel
Don't
Embiid.
stop the when healthy stuff.
I know.
If we already have to live that nightmare with Joel Embiid's
Right.
career, I don't want to do it again with a 34-year-old.
No,
This is nonsense.
I'm in agreement with you. I think
Nonsense.
it's going to have to be a trade for a younger star. Because if you look at it now, I mean, the free agent class is not – Jaylen Brown's already gone. Pascal Siakam's already gone. OG
Amen.
Anunoby's – well, they're not signed yet, but under the assumption that those guys – like the Pacers didn't trade 3 first-round picks to have a rental of Pascal Siakam, right?
They're going to keep him.
He's going to get the max. OG Anunoby's going to get the max. Jaylen Brown got paid before the season even started. This big class that was coming this year is gone. It's dry. Right now, Tobias Harris will end up being one of the top free agents in the offseason,
That's all you need to say.
which is ridiculous. So I wonder if I don't want to say Daryl Morey misread the situation because I don't think he could have assumed that the Pacers were going to give up 3 first-round picks for Pascal Siakam in the middle of the season, right? But now all of a sudden, this free agent class is looking weak, and they have that max slot that they can't lose. You do not want to lose that max slot. Maxi's going to get one of them, and Embiid is obviously still under one. You're going to have to trade for a star, and it's going to be a star that, I don't know, like I still want Zach LaVine. I do.
Why do you want Zach LaVine?
Because I think he's electric offensively, and that's another guy that Embiid can actually kick out to.
The Bulls play better without him.
Okay. I don't think that Bulls team is good.
But they play better without him.
All right, with DeMar DeRozan and Nikola Vucevic, that team's never going to win anything.
No, I agree with you. But they play better when he goes down.
I think Maxey and Levine is an electric backcourt that I don't know how teams can find a way to stop. Because if Maxey's not shooting the ball well, I can rely on Levine. If Embiid's out, I have 2 legitimate scores. Right now, you have no legitimate scores except Maxey when Embiid's out.
You just said you could rely on him, on Levine.
Yes, to score. If Maxey is having an off night and you still have Joel Embiid on the court, Zach LaVine should still be able to guy that can give you 20 a night.
He should be able to.
Yes.
And he should be able to be that guy. I don't know that anybody is saying that they can count on him. I don't think the Bulls are that enamored with him.
Well, then why have they been keeping him all these years? They haven't. There's been talks about Zach LaVine trades for 2 years now.
Where did he start?
Minnesota
Timberwolves. Okay. I mean, is he like, to me? I just don't know that he's a guy that is going to be that difference. I think they're going to delay the inevitable if they go and just say, like, if they go for Paul George. I swear to you, I'm not. I don't know what to make of it.
He's a talent, but like I said, when healthy, and we're already doing
34.
And 34. I don't want to give a 5-year max contract to a guy into his late 30s. And so now all of a sudden you're sitting here when I see that report, and when you're reminded of just how bleak the offseason's going to be in terms of available free agents. Look, Daryl Morey can still get something done via trade. Levine's just the first name that comes to my mind. You know, there's going to be a disgruntled star that comes out.
And what is Levine? 30?
Probably because he came into the league pretty young. Let me look up.
Yeah, if only there was a machine that we could do.
Yeah, the Google machine tells
me
he's 29.
But he's about to turn.
No, he turned 29.
Just turned
11
29
days ago. So
next year he'd be in his 30th year.
So max contract gets him to 34. Like that's not like a max contract gets him to where Paul George is now.
I got you. Right? I mean, look, Zach LaVine far more desirable to me than hearing about Paul George.
And he's a guy that can hit the 3, and with Embiid, you need scores. You need guys that can create their own shot and guys that can catch and shoot, which is something that Joel Embiid has been robbed of his entire career except for J.J. Redick. We complain about, people complain, oh, well, Zach LaVine doesn't play any defense. J.J. Redick let guys go by him. At least
didn't even make an effort.
He didn't make an effort, right? So I'm still on the Zach LaVine bandwagon, but we'll see how it shakes out. There's got to be a disgruntled star that shakes free because I'm sorry, I can't do Paul George right now. He's 34 years old and he's never healthy. And I know that Clippers team is having a good year, and he has played 61 games this year.
I mean,
but am I going to rely on a third? Like, it's also contract year. He knows that.
Zach LaVine's contract, it is huge.
Well, he's a max. Yeah, he's a max.
Yeah,
player.
I mean,
he's under the max contract right now. If you make the trade for him, he fills that slot.
I got you.
But
I'm just saying,
you're not going to give Tobias Harris a max contract.
No, and that's fine with me. You're telling me, look, I'm not going to poo-poo bringing in Zach LaVine. I will absolutely on Paul George. Just no interest at all in bringing in Paul George. It's just kick the can of saying, are you going to be good enough to hang with the Celtics? Are you going to be good enough to hang with the best teams in the NBA?
If he's healthy, they're good enough. But that's the big if, and I don't want to roll that dice when I've been, like you said, dealing with Joel Embiid.
1 year and 5 years he would be eligible for awards. Paul George.
Yeah,
can't do it.
It's been a rough career for Paul George, but he's made a ton of money, so I'm not losing sleep for him. All right, coming your way next, the question that we started the show with today: if the season were to start tomorrow. The offseason's done. The Eagles have made their moves. The roster that you see is the roster that you get with the assumption that Hassan Reddick is not on the roster. Is this team good enough to be back into the contention, the conversation of winning the NFC and getting to the NFC Championship game? Andrew DeCecco will be joining us coming your way next. We'll get his thoughts on it, and we're 5 weeks away from the NFL draft all of a sudden, so we can start doing some draft talk before we
he's
know it.
already done.
Oh, I know. I've seen his
I know
Twitter.
that.
It's crazy. It's amazing. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Morning, I'll be out at Parks Casino today and tomorrow for the early games. Pat Egan's joining me. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Come on out. Get that BetParks app downloaded today.
It is 7:30 on this Thursday morning. Kincade and Salciunas. We're talking Birds, whether or not this roster, if the season were to start tomorrow, right? Put on your, just close your eyes, right? The Eagles
Wait, but we're skipping summer?
The Eagles are, yeah, no, I don't like doing that.
No, I know you don't like that.
The Eagles are in Sao Paulo, right? You're seeing all the, you're seeing the videos of the guys walking on the field. You always see that, right? When it's the international game, they're looking around, looking at the stadium. It's a stadium. It's the same thing. You're playing at 100 yards on the field, all right? It's the same thing. You're just in a different country. And the season starts tomorrow. Is this roster good enough to be once again considered NFC Championship contenders? That's why we turn to a bright football mind, John.
Who's coming on?
It's one thing for you and I to say. It's another thing for Andrew DeCecco from InsideTheBirds.com and also a contributor here at 97.5 The Fanatic to help us out on the Comcast Business Hotline. Comcast Business, every day in business, a big day. Let Comcast Business keep you ready for what's next. Andrew, what's going on, man? How you doing today?
What's going on, guys? Good to be with you. Really enjoying the show, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming on bright and early for us. So I want you to answer said question, Andrew. If the season were to start tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's the Friday night opener for the Birds. Is this roster, and we're assuming that Hassan Reddick's gone, okay? So it's the roster that we see in front of us minus Hassan Reddick. Is this team, what Howie Roseman has done so far, and the additions of Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore, is this team right now on paper good enough to once again be considered contenders for the NFC Championship game?
I say yes, but I was teetering on the edge of no because there are some concerns. To me, I look at some of the right guard situation, right? That's an area where you're looking at the Eagles bringing in 4 different guys already on top 30 visits that are interior linemen, third receiver, and an underrated one, backup tight end. I mean, they don't really have anything there behind Dallas Goedert. So there are some questions, but I think all things taking into consideration, yes, they are.
When you look at it as far as being a contender, do you put it more on the roster or do you put it more on the arrival of Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore?
I put it more on having 2 veteran coaches that have certain systems in place and how they envision it, and they've commanded a room before, and they know exactly what they're looking for, and there's going to be a lot of buy-in from the players there. So I think that is something to take into account when you're assessing the Eagles roster. I think that the coaching changes on the defensive side and offensive side are going to be instrumental to their success in 2024.
What'd you make of the signing for Devin White? We get the numbers that it's more $4 million guaranteed and up to $7.5 million, but we know his play has regressed the last couple of years. Is this a good move for the Eagles that are desperate at linebacker?
Yeah, Andrew, it's hard to find anything wrong with this, considering what they've sort of shelled out to bring in a linebacker. When I mentioned it on, I believe I was talking to Connor last week, the market for linebackers was really dry, and to get someone who's 26 years old, former 5th overall pick, has athleticism through the roof. I mean, you could do far worse than bring in somebody of that caliber. Now, he is a little bit of a freelancer and very inconsistent, high variance type of player, but he does have some upside, and I'm interested to see if Vic Fangio is able to hone in on that and tap into it, because he's someone that, and speaking about Vic Fangio now, that he's an authoritarian. He's not really going to stand for a lot of freelancing, so I think that he's going to get him to play within structure. So I think athletically you have to be intrigued by the signing.
When you heard, I'm not sure if you did hear yesterday, Adam Schefter told us he really believes that Vic Fangio is going to have a ton of say in what goes on around this draft and where they go shopping. Where do you think they shop first?
I think looking at it in terms of the draft?
Yes,
or what's
as far as the draft.
And I agree with that, by the way. If you're Vic Fangio, you don't take that job without some sort of assurance that you're going to have some sort of say in personnel, because what they had last year in certain key areas, such as safety, which is a prominent role in his defense, it wasn't good enough. So I think that you're going to probably look at addressing corner or safety in the draft. That's going to be a paramount area that he's going to look to address. That would probably be first and foremost.
So I saw Adam Kaplan, who you do great work with on Inside the Birds, say on your podcast that Justin Simmons is once again popping back up as long as it's for the right price. You think this is still a possibility?
the longer he sits out there, Andrew, the more it becomes a viable possibility. And it would make sense. Justin is a plug-and-play guy. He's familiar with Vic Fangio. But early on, obviously, what the big holdup and why he's still out there is because the price is too high. Now, that tends to come down the longer you're sitting out there, of course. And I think the chance to play on a team that's going to contend for a Super Bowl and familiarity with your defensive coordinator is going to be appealing. So that could be something to watch as we move forward here.
Andrew DeCecco, Inside the Birds, joining us, Kincade Salciunas. Do you believe that the loss of Kelsey or the loss of Cox is going to potentially be a bigger detriment to this 2024 Eagles team reaching their goals?
Fletcher Cox, that might not be a popular choice, but he's been such a steady player and sort of overshadowed by a lot of over the past years. I thought last year he was the most consistent Eagle defensively, and when you take him out of the equation, guys, you're really putting the onus on Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and Milton Williams to really step up and take that mantle as being the centerpiece of that defense. And we have yet to see if they're capable of doing that. But Fletcher did so much that sort of went by the wayside and was overshadowed, considering the skid that they had last year, and him being just a stabilizing presence in the middle of that defensive line for so long is something that I think may be taken for granted at times. Now, that's not to discredit anything that Jason Kelsey has accomplished, but I think that they have a capable piece in Cam Jurgens that can slide in and be not saying you're not going to miss a beat, but he's going to be able to step in and time will march on. But the right guard spot to me is where you're going to have some concerns. So Fletcher Cox would be it for me.
All right, so with that being said, both Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelsey, are we relying on younger players this year, or do you think Howie Roseman's still shopping to maybe get a legitimate rotational player, defensive tackle, or even right guard, or is that a Tyler Steen, Matt Hennessy, and a potential draft pick kind of role for the Eagles?
So on your first point, Andrew, I think that they're going to be looking to roll with the younger players, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. This is what you drafted them for this exact moment, and this is their time. They're going to have to take on a lot of snaps and a lot of responsibility, and they're the foundational pieces of this defense moving forward. That's what you're going to see there. Now, safety, I think they're going to roll with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Blankenship's there. Sidney Brown's coming back. I think you may see them draft a player if they're not able to work something out with a Justin Simmons. They still need one or two there. But on the offensive line, they're going to have to get younger too. And I don't know that they're going to roll with Matt Hennessy and players of that mold. I think that Matt's there for depth. But, I mean, the top 30 visits show you that the Eagles, they brought in 4 different linemen, or they're on the schedule to bring in 4 different linemen on the interior. That tells you that they're looking heavily at that area, and that's also a position that they really build on. That's part of their philosophical approach. So I would expect them to address that pretty early in the draft.
Now that Devin White's here, now that C.J. Gardner-Johnson's back, do you believe that raises the possibility that James Bradbury may be a part of this team?
I think so. I think that James could have a role here because I think Vic Fangio is going to use him in a way that's going to accentuate what he can do well. Now, it's easy to roll your eyes and say, well, he didn't do anything well last year, but I think that he has length. He's good. If you're putting him in position to be successful, you're not putting him on an island. If the pass rush is getting home. Because, guys, this is a player who in 2022, when he was an all-pro, there were opportunities to take advantage of him down the field, but the pass rush was getting home and teams weren't able to do so. But there's been multiple occasions where I've seen him beat cleanly off the line and teams just not being able to capitalize. But I think Vic will be able to possibly salvage him a little bit, a veteran coordinator that's probably been in that situation before, and find ways to accentuate what he does well. Now, whether that's covering tight ends, whether that's maybe taking on a diminished role, but I think that he does have value. James is a good leader. He leads by example, and he can help bring young players along as well. So I think that there is some value in keeping him on.
From InsideTheBirds.com, Andrew DeCecco. Listen, man, thanks for coming on today, bright and early. We appreciate it. And we'll be bugging you a lot down the road because we're 5 weeks away from the draft, dude.
Appreciate it, guys. Fire away. I'm ready.
Thanks, man. There he is, Andrew DeCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business keep you ready for what's next. You've been on this Bradbury thing we were talking about it after the show yesterday off the air.
I think he's back. I don't think he's going anywhere. And it will not shock me at all
if he's better.
If we say, wow, Bradbury's not terrible. For whatever reason.
Which, by the way, it was 2 years ago.
He had his career year 2 years ago.
And then, but 3 years ago, the Giants, they didn't want him back because he had a rough year. So maybe he is one of these guys that's on again, off again.
Well, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was there. They had a lot of support there. I think that you had competent linebacker play on the 2022 Eagles.
Oh, absolutely.
So to me, there's so many reasons to think the dead money hit on Bradbury's bad. If you wait a year, it's not nearly
It's not as bad. So you might as well try it. And at least you have depth now because Rodgers is here. You know they think highly of Keely Ringo and a couple of the younger guys. They're going to draft corner. They have to. I mean, because like McPherson, who knows what this guy's going to be, right? All of a sudden, it's 3 years, I think, of McPherson. And he was hurt all last year. 4 years, maybe.
I can tell you that they're at Georgia. Kirby Smart thought that dealing with his players, they each had different skill sets that he loved. He loves Keely Ringo.
All right.
Loves Keely Ringo. I don't know whether Keely Ringo is as a rotational guy, counting on him this year as a rotational guy, I'm all in.
Okay.
Absolutely all in. Counting on him as a starter, no, I'm not there.
Right now,
Isaiah Rodgers hopefully ascends to that role.
It's going to be Slay, Bradbury, and Rodgers are your starters.
And then I'm fine.
All right, so coming your way next. We've been so focused on the Eagles, first hour and 40 minutes of the show. We have to get into probably the biggest story in sports right now. I shouldn't say it's a major story in baseball. It is the biggest story in sports right now. It could honestly be the biggest story in the world.
No, it is. It is the biggest story.
Maybe in the world, and I'm not like going over the top here. This is huge news that came out of baseball last night. We'll tell you what that is next. Some may say it's Pete Rose-esque. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Things are heating up in Philadelphia sports. The Eagles have made significant moves in free agency. The
47, which means for an hour and 47 minutes, it's been bugging me that we haven't really talked about it much so far in the show. Now, I know we are Philadelphia sports talk, right?
Yes.
And I understand that this player plays for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But this is the biggest story in sports right now. And, dude, I could make the case the biggest sports in the world because Shohei Ohtani is not he's not American, right? This is now a worldwide story because of how iconic he is to the sport of baseball, which is a worldwide sport. So yesterday, I forget when I texted you guys. I was like, what the heck is this? I saw a tweet from Bob Nightingale, and now all of a sudden it is all over the place. Here's the tweet from Bob Nightingale. The Los Angeles Dodgers fire Ippei Mizora, Shohei Ohtani's longtime interpreter. So when I first read that sentence, I go, okay, like, whatever. Then I continue to read. Mizora was accused by Ohtani's attorneys of engaging in a massive theft of Ohtani's funds to place bets with an illegal bookmaker, according to the LA Times.
They don't have legal sports gambling. So, in California.
Okay.
So he has to go the old route.
FanDuel's not out in California.
No, he had to go the old route of going to Uncle Yummy.
Okay.
And getting his bets placed.
He had to go to the corner.
Yes, and there was fine. You see, you never lived in those days too much.
No, not too much.
Not too much.
First bet I ever won that was not on an app. I got kicked out of a bar because I celebrated by spraying my beer. That's a story for another day.
That is a bad story.
It was the Aaron Rodgers Hail Mary against the Lions.
Oh, wow.
I won on the end there.
That's worth it.
So
yeah.
I got kicked out of a bar?
I got kicked out of a, yeah. I got back in like an hour later. It was a bar in the city that was hectic. I'll tell you about it later. So I probably didn't do the worst thing at the bar that night. Anyways, Shohei Ohtani's interpreter is fired because allegedly stole money from Ohtani.
Yeah.
And not like $20. $4.5 million. $4.5 million.
And you believe this? You don't.
No.
And in other words, too, that the interpreter had direct access to wire money out of his accounts. $4.5 million. That is this story is such a load of garbage.
All right, so there's now multiple theories, right?
Yeah, theories.
Theory one is that Ohtani, this one I might buy the most. Ohtani, because I don't think Shohei Ohtani's dumb enough to be betting on baseball or something.
Why?
I don't know. Hear me out. Theory one that I saw on social media, again, everybody's now diving too deep into this, but it's the number one talked about story in the world right now. Ohtani knew of said struggles that Ippei had of gambling. Like, he had a gambling addiction and was so in debt that Ohtani was lending him money left and right. And then when he found out that giving money to, like, loan sharks is federally illegal.
And when you wire them the funds, it's a federal charge.
That's when the guy took the fall. Because Ohtani then realized, oh, my God, this is illegal. I could go to federal prison for this. My first thought is Ohtani didn't bet on baseball. But I don't know. That's also another theory.
Okay, here's the theory that I ask you just logical people on the Locked on Phillies podcast host, Connor Thomas, with us. To me, where would an interpreter get the cash to be able to gamble $4.5 million? That's where this thing takes a fantasy land. Look, everything is alleged. But what we do know is that $4.5 million is involved. There isn't an interpreter who is paid in the millions of dollars that they could then afford to gamble $4.5 million.
And there was a story from ESPN that there were 2 transfers with Ohtani's name on it. $500,000 in the same week. 2. So $500,000 earlier in the week. Maybe the bet didn't hit. $500,000 later in the week. So Andrew Brandt, who I love and is a very, very brilliant man, he put out a tweet last night around 8:30. The more I read about all the people around Ohtani shouting that Ohtani had nothing to do with the gambling, the more I think Ohtani had something to do with the gambling.
Co-sign absolutely Andrew Brandt's bright.
So
I mean, it makes no sense. Where would an interpreter get $4.5 million? It makes no sense. And if they're saying, well, he stole the money.
Stole the money.
Bull
Yeah.
pucky.
Can I have
I'm
your
not buying it.
bank account information?
No, I did it once with Bob, and he wiped me out. I had to wait till the next payday. Bob was just like, look, just let me wire a little money out of your account. I thought it was for the Masters pool or something.
All right, so how quickly does this story go away? Because it's Shohei Ohtani.
It does not go away. This story is not going away. Major League Baseball is going to want it to go away.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's one thing for you and I to talk about on the radio. I'm saying reporters aren't really talking about it anymore, like the big reporters.
Right.
Because here's the deal. Like, I don't want to say they work for the league because they cover the league. But some of these big reporters, if they still want
access and
access,
yeah.
Rob Manfred said, yo, dude, you got to stop talking about this now.
This goes away quick.
That's what
You do believe
that's
it?
what I think.
100%.
I do not agree.
I think it's by the end of this weekend, it's not talked about as much. It might be brought up at times. It's going to be brought up like when the Dodgers come to Philadelphia. You know whoever's in the he's a DH, but you know people sitting behind the Dodgers dugout are going to be like, "Hey, Ohtani, did you take the over in this game?" Like you know that's coming. But I'm saying in terms of people talking about it, that cover like is MLB Network going to be covering it?
Well, if they're not, they have no integrity.
This is the biggest
They have
name
zero
in the
integrity
sport.
if they do
This
not.
is the biggest name in the sport, and he's on the biggest team in sports. He's on the Los Angeles Dodgers now. It's one thing for him to have been talked about so much just because of pure talent when he played for the Angels. He now plays for the Dodgers. Is the MLB Network talking about this come next week?
Yes, they have to. If they do not, it'll be the biggest lack of integrity that we've ever seen from media.
Yeah, and baseball never lacks integrity when it comes to issues.
No, I don't. I don't believe it's that they can ignore this because everyone else is going to be talking about it.
Well, you know what they're going to say? Oh, well, no, it was the interpreter.
Yeah, the interpreter an interpreter who makes, on average, by the way, and I did dig it up here, the average interpreter in Major League Baseball makes $72,000.
Oh.
72 grand.
He just hasn't bought a thing in his
$4.5 million.
Wait, do the math. He's been with Ohtani for how long now? Apparently since high school. I actually saw a photo of them together. So he's just made a lot of money in his career.
Incredible.
This is a fascinating story. We're going to continue talking about this later on in the show because I have a million questions that needs to be asked.
4.5 million?
4.5 million questions. Like, this is Michael Jordan.
This is huge.
This is Michael
Well,
Jordan
wait a
all
minute.
over again.
Maybe Ohtani has always wanted to play basketball. And he could retire, go play basketball, and then
come back for baseball.
Yeah.
Unbelievable story that we will continue to talk about because it has taken the world by storm. At the start of the 8 o'clock hour, we'll reset what we've talked about with this Eagles angle. Also, today's headlines with Connor Thomas comes your way next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Later on in the show, 9 o'clock hour, Johnny the K is going to bring up how this could be a little Flyers playoff preview tonight.
Oh, it is.
So we'll talk about that in the 9 o'clock hour. Also in the 9 o'clock hour, it is tournament day. So we will talk about the tournament. We'll give our official picks, right? Who makes it to the Final Four, who we think wins the whole thing. I mean, you're going to Parks today. You have an appearance with Pat Egan. Is that correct?
Today and tomorrow. I'll be out there with Egan.
What time are you getting there?
I'll be there a little probably around time to play some blackjack before the appearance is like 12 to 2.
Yeah, you show up early just to show your face first.
Well,
right?
I do. I just want to see that the Parks Casino has all the great blackjack tables.
Oh, okay.
And everything like that, too.
So you're not just going for the tournament, even though today's a big tournament
No,
day.
it's
Parks
quality
offers
control.
everything.
Well, it's also quality control. Plus, there might be food and there may be adult beverages.
Okay, good.
So there's all kinds of
Today's
things.
the day for it.
And
man.
I'm on exactly.
Today's
going to be a great time.
Today's a beautiful day, and it's I realize that there are perks to getting done at 10 o'clock.
There are.
You know, usually I'm on the air when the tournament tips off, whereas now I get to be sitting on my couch and watching the tournament, which I'm pretty excited about. All right, we got today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up in a few minutes. But just to reset what we're talking about, and you can text in your answer at 610-632-0975. I'd love to hear from you on the phones, but you can text in your answer at 610-632-0975. If the season were to start tomorrow, they're playing Sao Paulo. It's Friday night, right? So if tomorrow is week 1, have the Eagles done enough so far this offseason to make you think that they are once again contenders for the NFC Championship game? You're close, but you still think they're a little bit off.
Oh, I think they're off.
I think they are just because Hurts, I think, will be better. I think the offense is better with Kellen Moore, which you agree with. I think the defense is better with Vic Fangio. I think they've added to the defense. Now, this is also in the assumption that Hassan Reddick is not on the team, which does concern me because I'm worried about the pass rush of Huff and Sweat. Even though I think the Huff signing was a good one, I just like Huff and Reddick better than Huff and Sweat.
The problem I have with saying that I think that Bryce Huff's an answer is that, to be honest with the audience, Bryce Huff's name comes up, I go to YouTube, and I'm watching highlights. I knew he was a New York Jet. That's all I knew about him.
Right.
And so I had to go watch him.
But I would
it's hard
say
for me to say. I don't think he's a impact player in the NFL.
I think he can be. I think they made a move as if it was Hassan Reddick. You knew Hassan Reddick because he went to Temple.
No questions asked.
If Hassan Reddick went to Arkansas.
He was also, what, the 7th pick in the draft? Like something like that?
Yeah, something because he was before Barnett, because Barnett was 14th.
Yes.
But my guess would be if he went to Arkansas and was still the 7th pick in the draft, you would have known who he was, but I wonder if you didn't know exactly who the player he was. We know differently because he was from Temple. We were keeping a close eye on him.
He was at Tennessee. Wasn't he, Barnett?
Right, no, I'm saying if Hassan Reddick went to Arkansas,
no, I
right?
get you.
Like, we would not know everything about Hassan Reddick.
I was all Hassaned up.
And I think Bryce Huff could be Hassan Reddick. Maybe not as impactful, but I think that's part of the move was, okay, let's give this guy a contract, probably overpay for what he's done so far, but we think that he can become this player, and then it's once again the Hassan Reddick contract.
I'm fine with it as far as if he's a rotational piece.
Well, you're not paying him to be. You're paying him to be a starter and like almost an everyday lineman.
I think it's an incredible reach.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how
I think
it plays
it is
out.
an absolute incredible reach to say he's played half the snaps that Josh Sweat plays.
Yeah.
Half the snaps that Hassan Reddick plays. That all of a sudden you flick a switch and say, oh, we're asking you to play 400 more snaps. Right. I don't know
I don't think that leads to 20 sacks.
I don't know what kind of
more.
I don't know what kind of effectiveness he's going to be. I don't know if he doesn't crap out along the way that and not to be bagging on Jordan Davis, but the idea of that later in the year. I'm
going to assume that Fangio doesn't allow that. I don't like Sean Desai.
Then who are the other bodies that are going to be rushing the passer if you don't think that happens?
So you have what? You have Nolan Smith and Brandon Graham right now as your other two rotational guys. You're gonna they're gonna draft somebody or they're gonna get somebody off free agency. Like there's gonna be a veteran that they get via free agency.
And remember that Graham last year played just
like 20-something
less snaps. Just like Huff played just more snaps than Brandon Graham.
Right.
And Brandon Graham was considered a situational.
Well, they may get another guy or two, and then
that's what I need to see.
It might go back to what 2017 was, right? Where Brandon Graham played a lot, Fletcher Cox played a lot, but then a lot of the other guys were rotational pieces.
I can't take the leap of saying, yes, that's absolutely going to work. The Bryce Huff thing, I think anybody who's telling me, yeah, I'm totally bought into it, I think it's great, I think you're doing it on, I think people are doing it on wishing and hoping.
Yeah, I agree.
They had no idea who Bryce Huff was until the Eagles started to pursue.
I think with Hassan Reddick, he'd be a great asset to this team.
I think so too.
I think without him, we'll see how he can be as an everyday lineman, every down lineman. Now, before we get to the headlines, just to update on you on the poll, because more people have woken up, John.
Okay.
It's now 55% say no. Remember, it's
Yes.
51-49.
So they're on the right side of this. I like that.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Now you're
the other
skewing
day,
the poll.
The other
What does that
day,
mean?
the poll was skewed because there
No.
was a disagreement
Today
with you.
Today I actually told Connor word for word what I wanted it to say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
almost
but
like
you know
you
what?
skewed it yourself.
You'll write it word for word tomorrow, and then all of a sudden it's going to be the opposite of what you think. It's going to be skewed again.
I think it's too early. Like anybody in the Eagles fan base, and with all due respect, if you're telling me, well, the Bryce Huff signing's a home run. You didn't know who Bryce
Right,
Huff
but
was
you can-
until you read an article about
But
him.
you agree the defensive talent is better than last year. And
No,
you
I
agree
do.
that the Eagles' offense will be better than last year.
I do.
So now, all of a sudden, because both assets, both sides of the ball are better, you would think that they'd be better than last year. And last year got you to 11-6.
But better than last year, they were arguably the worst team in the NFL down the stretch.
Yeah, down the stretch, because I think there's a lot more than just talent. Now, can that get fixed? We'll find out.
And I don't know that those issues are
Right,
fixed.
we'll find that out. We won't know that until midway through the season, right?
And I don't know the next cryptic post from A.J. Brown about how, well, we try to work out relationships, and I'm just going to just put my head down and work. It's like, my gosh. It's
You
like,
love it.
It's like the Gilmore Girls.
See, none of that.
Give me a break.
That stuff doesn't bother me. It really doesn't bother me. I can't wait for more cryptic messages as the season goes on
So tired of them.
see how it bothers you. All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
All right, boys. You guys are going at each other a little bit there, but we're going to give you something to agree on here with the first headline. So, Villanova played in the first round of the NIT last night. And
I'm sorry to interrupt.
By the way, real fans, how many were there?
we're getting to that. We've
Oh,
got
okay.
some crowd noise from the game.
Oh, really?
There it is. It sounds like it.
So Brendan Gunn, Temple alum, Villanova superfan, was he there last night?
No, Super Rat. Super Rat.
Be
Where's that
nice.
rat sound fed?
Be nice.
I love Brendan Gunn, but he absolutely has rat DNA.
I just find it hilarious that all of you Villanova fans show up. We're the best school, blah, 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 blah. And then the second they go to the NIT, you don't show up? You don't support your team? Come on, team.
Showing up.
And by the way, they offered $2 drinks, and you guys didn't even go.
Temple in the NIT. You guys going?
Yes.
Okay.
Say, especially if it was a school night.
All right. Fair enough.
I didn't class early.
Well, they
so
don't
we
have
could
to
be there
worry
for
about-
tip-off.
There's no second round game to worry about. They lost to VCU.
Wow.
This next one comes from Saquon Barkley.
My daughter, funny story with her, she knows there's a lot of history in my career with the Eagles. I remember one time when I was with the Giants and we lost to Philly in the playoffs. We went to diner to get some breakfast and there was a bird. And she was like, Daddy, oh no, oh no. And I'm like, what is it? She points to the bird and she was like, it's the Eagles, it's the Eagles. And me and Anna, we just started laughing and I just put my head down and just kind of start shaking. So when I told her that we're going to be going to Philly, she kind of was just like, does that mean we're going to win now? And I just started smiling again, and I was like, hopefully we can win some more games.
I love that. You know, the old show, Kids Say the Darndest Things. We just won't bring up the host of that show.
Yeah.
I love that. That's just pure honesty.
Does that mean we're going to win?
That means
now?
we're going to win now. I love that.
Well, I'll tell you, he better deliver because he's setting himself up for. Now I'm with a winning franchise. Now,
He didn't say. No, he said, I hope.
No, he used his daughter. He used his daughter to say it. He used his daughter to troll the Giants
He
fan
was just
base.
telling a cute
He
story.
just told a
Oh,
story
yes.
with the
That's
camera
cute.
in front of him.
That's cute.
Oh,
Exactly.
you don't like it?
No, a recorded story. No, what I'm saying is, I expect Saquon to do very well here.
Yes.
But you better sure as hell do it when you're trolling the Giants fan base. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about the Giants even if he doesn't play well. The Giants
I would agree with
suck.
that.
And my question, too, on that is now Saquon Barkley's daughter also dead to Tiki Barber? Or does she
Probably.
get the pass?
Probably dead to Tiki Barber. I want him to lead a show with that about how he hates families.
Keep that same energy.
He may hit his
Speaking
own.
of keep that same energy, you guys, my goodness.
There's a report about an all-star that is once again linked to the Sixers.
Oh, no.
And that is Paul George.
Oh, no.
Now you're saying, oh, no. Paul George will turn 34 in May.
That is exactly why one of the reasons I'm saying it. Only one of the last 5 years, and it will be this year.
Now,
has he been able to get where he'd be eligible for an NBA award? He misses more time.
I'm not mad at your guys' opinions on it at all. Shame on you for talking about it. We're in a playoff push right now, and Andrew's looking towards the offseason.
I said I hate that I'm even bringing this up and talking offseason because I think Embiid comes back, and if he's healthy, they're a good basketball team. But there's a report out there that the Sixers are in on Paul George. We are in the business of telling you what the news is at hand, and it involves the Sixers. It involves an all-star when healthy. So we're going to talk about it, and we're going to give our opinion, and I say no. John says no. What, are you Paul Georged up?
No, it's not that at all. I hate that we're not all in on the Sixers going all the way this year.
I'm sorry. Should we have spent
stayed up and watched
Should we
that.
have spent more time talking Sixers Suns last night?
No, that's not my point.
Should we talk about the team that loses almost every single night without Joel Embiid?
My point is that with Joel Embiid, they've still got a chance. So we'll cross the Paul George Bridge after the parade down Broad Street. How does that sound?
Do you? All right.
Is there going to be the parade when they finally win a second-round series?
Maybe.
Okay, I just didn't know. When is the parade scheduled?
I don't want to be this guy because you know I love my Sixers.
You do. We all do. We all want to see them win.
Connor, you say with Joel Embiid they still have a chance. Do you truly believe that they have a chance of winning this year?
Let me see his face.
A
when he
chance?
says
With Embiid back, yes,
this.
I truly believe
Championship.
it.
All right. Do you
Yeah, I do.
believe that they win a championship this
No,
year?
No, you believe he believes you. You believe they have a chance to win a title this year.
100%.
I don't. And it pains me to say it.
They haven't gotten out of the second round.
Well, I
in
don't
the
even care about
quarterfinals.
that. I don't care about that.
Have a chance.
I don't
John.
even care about the second round thing. I care about Joel Embiid. He's going to come back, but how, I don't know how good he's going to be, man.
Right. That's the issue.
And if he's playing 25, I don't
Against
know.
the
Is he on a minutes restriction? I don't know.
He can't be for the postseason.
What do you mean he can't be?
What do you mean? He's coming back from an injury.
If he's going to play, he's got to play.
Dude, what if the doctors say he can only play 25 a night?
That's what they'll play.
And
They'll
because
play him
we
25.
have him next year, too.
No, I got you. Listen,
There's already talk about maybe he shouldn't even come back this year.
That's why I'm not saying I think it's going to happen. But to say they don't have a chance with the best player on planet Earth,
to win a
The
championship.
best player on planet Earth went off of a surgery. He is not he just returned to practice for the first time since January 30th.
we don't know yet.
I understand we don't know yet, but the odds are it's not that great. And I
love his optimism. Connor, I
do
love
too.
your
The
optimism.
odds are Longwood is not beating Purdue, but
Houston.
But there's a chance.
$2 bet wins me $360 on the Bet Parks app. No, I'm not doing it. Yeah, Connor, I love your boundless enthusiasm for a team that has given you no reason to believe they're getting out of the second round. To believe they're going to win 4 rounds is a huge reach. With the way that if Embiid was the way he was playing early this year,
Yes.
I could buy in.
Earlier this year,
not right now.
with the additions that they made
Absolutely.
at the trade deadline, because I disagree with what Keith Pompey had to say the other day.
I do disagree also.
I loved all the moves. I think it fits better with the Sixers. I think Joel Embiid's life is easier, but this is all under the mindset of if he were healthy, if he was the guy putting up 70 points. I don't think he comes back and is going to be putting up 40. He might still be effective. He might be the best player on the court for the Sixers.
He should be.
10% chance. Still a chance.
You're telling
That's
me
all
there's
I'm
a
saying.
You're telling me there's a chance. Yes,
That's it.
there could be. There's still a chance. You're right.
There could be, yes, and there's a chance that you're going to grow to 6'5".
I'd say that's less than a 10% chance.
I'm still waiting for my growth spurt, man. I'm still waiting. Okay, so going back to what we talked about when it comes to this Eagles team, whether or not you think this team is close or should be in the conversation. So here's the deal. We talked about this yesterday, like the mindset of the fan. And your bar is set, win the division.
Win the division. I always start there every year, though. That's
Okay.
boring.
It is
But that's always my goal is to say,
logical and
win
boring.
the division, you get a home game. I want the home playoff game, and then I can go from there.
Okay.
Win the division, get the 2 seed so you get 2 home games. Get the top seed so you get home field advantage throughout.
Do you think they can get the top seed? I'll ask that. Forget the NFC Championship game.
There's no question in my mind that if this offense is what I think it is, and Vic Fangio can get them to a top 12 defense, I absolutely believe they could get to there.
So what
but
you're
the roster's not there yet. The roster isn't there yet. After the draft, I may be able to give you the answer you desire.
All right, fine. We'll do the conversation based off of today. Today, right now, this roster, can they be the 1 seed in the NFC? I'm not even saying get to the NFC Championship game. I'm saying they win the bye. They win the home field advantage throughout.
I do not believe so.
So who's better than them?
San Francisco.
Okay, you think Brock Purdy plays the way he did last year. Remember, there was tape on Jalen Hurts after 2022. I think that's also part of the reason why he struggled a little bit last year. There's now tape on Brock Purdy.
There was 8 games on Brock Purdy this past offseason. That's plenty of tape.
Now there's 25 plus the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything, though, that
So you think he is who he is?
I think
he is this Messiah.
No, I think he is a stud quarterback who can get the job done. I don't believe he is Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
But I do believe he is absolutely. Can Brock Purdy be every bit as good as Jalen Hurts? Yes.
Can Brock Purdy be as good as Jalen Hurts if he eventually loses Brandon Ayuk? And it's Debo.
That could happen.
Who gets hurt a lot, and still Christian McCaffrey, who he knows is stud.
Well, if we're saying here's guys who might end up being injured, of course you're going to be right. If we're talking about assuming good health, Eagles for the 49ers.
No.
The 49ers are a better team, and more importantly, the 49ers are a better coach
My
team.
point is, can Brock Purdy uplift the team when there are guys that are out? They were banged up. They had a 3-game losing streak. And then after that, they stayed healthy. And Brock Purdy played horribly in those 3 games. He was horrible in those 3 games. Can Brock Purdy uplift his team? I don't know if he's that kind of quarterback. I think, you know how they took shots, and look, I sound like a hypocrite, that anybody could play with the Eagles 2 years ago, like Jalen Hurts. Remember, that was the Chris Sims thing. Anybody could have played in that offense. I think the same goes for San Francisco. And I don't know if Brock Purdy uplifts that team all that much.
I think Brock Purdy can be every bit the quarterback Jalen Hurts is.
Okay.
I really do. I don't know what people keep waiting the bottom to fall out of him, because he he needs things to be good around him. But he is a excellent IQ quarterback.
Yeah, he also benefited from 2 dropped interceptions against the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
He's not. I think Jalen Hurts, even though I can't really say it out after last year, I think Jalen Hurts might be smarter with the football than Brock Purdy is.
Wow, I don't believe that. I don't say that.
Brock Purdy's extremely inaccurate.
I'm telling you, I don't think I think that Jalen Hurts is in the same neighborhood. They live in the same exact neighborhood.
So
it's a gated community. They're at a very good quarterback club
with great neighbors.
But they are not. They are absolutely not. I don't know. I saw too many bad things out of Jalen Hurts in 2021 and 2023.
But you're expecting him to get back to 2022.
Yes, I believe he's going to get back to that form. Do I ever believe he'll have 2022 again? I'm going to have to wait and see.
But if he's close to 2022, with now the addition of Saquon Barkley and the addition of Kellen Moore, and if this offense is doing well, I think this offense can be as dynamic, if not better, than the San Francisco 49ers. The Niners defense is still better, like way better.
As currently constituted, are we assuming that the 49ers offense is exactly what it is?
Let's say they still have Ayuk. I still go A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith over Samuel and Ayuk.
They absolutely are right there with the Eagles. The 2 of them. They're right there. But it seems as if you have Hurts on an entirely different level than
I have
Brock
him
Purdy, and I do
ahead
not.
of Brock Purdy. But then the rest of the NFC, are the Packers going to take that step forward to win the number 1 seed?
If you have Purdy ahead of Hurts.
No, I have Hurts ahead of Purdy.
Okay, you have Hurts ahead of Purdy. Then how many people are ahead of Hurts in the NFC?
Well, that's a conversation for another
Well,
day.
I mean, we have to have that conversation.
Oh, we will.
Because, or else we'll go to marriage counseling.
Well, yeah.
Because I'm just saying
we'll figure that one out. But, look, I just don't know if there's many teams. I think it's still Eagles and Niners at the top. If you think they're surpassing the Cowboys, what other team is contending for that 1 seed in the NFC? Lions and Packers will still be in that conversation, but are they taking that step forward? There's still a lot of questions about them. Is Love really the guy that we saw last year? We don't know. All right, so we'll continue this conversation. Don't you worry. But also, coming up next, I want to talk little Phillies. Something that's very concerning in terms of velo.
Uh-oh.
And then the Johan Rojas love, I know I'm on an island of. We'll talk about it next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
It's a tough start to the road trip for the Sixers. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does.
Thursday morning. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Coming up at, 9:47, I guess would be the exact time, 9:48.
That's very exact of you.
Very, very exact.
Right.
I think maybe it's either 9:47, 9:48. We're working out the finer details. We're going to do something different. We're going to start something new. The Kincade Salciunas Key 3. That was good work by you, Connor, with the name. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that. Very quick, very easy.
So the Key 3 will be 3 minutes of the best content from the show earlier today, which shouldn't be hard to find. I mean,
who decides it, Connor?
It's between B. Gunn and I.
Okay,
Brendan
so
Gunn,
you guys
our
are the
associate
arbiters.
producer, yeah. So that comes your way around 9:47, which will then lead us into the crossover with Bob Cooney,
Sounds good.
and then we're done.
We have
Edit
about
in-
30 seconds so far, so we need you guys to step up the content
okay.
game.
How about
Okay.
editing in the 20 seconds of laughing at the Villanova loss?
That'd be
I don't
great.
think he'll do that for you.
Yeah, I don't think Brendan's
No,
going to do that.
that should be added in there because it's incredible that Villanova nobody
That
showed
crowd
up.
was incredible.
Yeah,
Showed up.
packed house, all 12 of you. By the way, we are less than a week away from knockout. March 27th, Sixers taking on the Clippers. Let's do this. So what, we did caller 6 or 7
Seven. It
last
was
time?
7 the other day, yeah.
Connor, what number today?
Let's go with 5.
All right, caller number 5 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Caller number 5, 215-263-0975 will win a pair of tickets to see the Sixers take on the Clippers next Wednesday after the game. You'll play knockout. Visit 975thefanatic.com for complete details on another chance to win, presented by Ferguson HVAC, your Delaware Valley Train Heating and Air Conditioning distributor. Visit train.com to find a dealer near you. Now, speaking of the Clippers, it's the return of James Harden in Philadelphia.
Can't wait.
Did you see what James Harden did yesterday?
No.
You didn't see it? Did you
I
see
saw
it?
it.
All right.
Asked to be paid in ones?
No.
What
Come
did he
on.
do?
So
What
this
did he
guy,
do?
all right. So James Harden, watch it during the next break. So he's dribbling the basketball, and Kawhi Leonard's open in the corner for a spot up 3. He dished it to Kawhi, and then contested the shot.
What?
He tried blocking it.
Why?
So Kawhi misses. They're up like 20 points at this point. So the Clippers, but it's still only the third quarter. He's asked about it after the game. I was just trying to lighten the mood. We're playing good basketball, but we struggle recently. He
Contested his own player's shot.
teammates 3, and his reasoning is he's trying to lighten the mood.
He's such a weird cat.
That's so freaking weird, man.
Where's the coaching in that? Like, I mean, seriously.
Well, no, I'm sure the coach was going, dude, what are you doing? Ty Lue's probably like, what the hell
No,
are
I
you
think he
doing,
lost
man?
his. I think James Harden has bounced around so much.
He
trying to
forgot. He
find-
forgot who his
Yes,
teammate is.
Yeah, trying to find teammates because like in 4 years, this is 4th team, I think.
Dude, I'm like during the commercial break, you got to watch it. He literally passes it, and as he throws it, he followed his pass. You know how you're supposed to follow your
absolutely.
shot? No, he followed his pass
To contest his
and tried
own.
blocking or I don't know if he was going to actually try to block it, but he
jumped.
He jumped and he missed.
Okay, that's wild.
Kawhi missed an open 3.
That is him not paying attention. He forgot that he was his teammate. He really did. He forgot.
I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it. I thought somebody edited it because I wasn't watching the Clippers game live. So I thought, because, the world of AI and everything is incredible, I thought somebody edited the film. And then I heard him talk about it. I was like, oh, my God, he actually contested his own teammate's shot that he passed it to.
Okay, I know in the past Sixers fans have cheered for opposing players to make them feel like, come here. I remember there was a
Dame
player.
Lillard.
Okay, there ain't better be none for Paul George
Oh,
next
yeah,
week.
no.
There better be none of that garbage.
I don't think Paul George.
Oh, my gosh. He doesn't move the needle.
I can't imagine. I'm sure there would be, if the news happens that he does come here, I'm sure some people would talk themselves into it, but I don't know if Paul George is on everybody's wish list.
Okay, I hope not. I hope not.
We'll find out. Look, there's going to be a whole offseason, but I don't want to
Yes.
offend Connor because he thinks the Sixers are
He's
winning
all
the
Paul
title.
Georged up.
Let's focus on what's in front of us.
All right, so what's in front of us is opening day a week away.
Can't wait.
So that also means that a little over a week will be Taijuan Walker's first start of the season.
Which would be the game against the Reds, I guess.
Correct. So Taijuan Walker pitched yesterday. They played at night. It was a 6 o'clock game. His velocity was anywhere from 88 to 92.
So this is the guy who didn't get to pitch in the postseason and was pissed about
He was very upset about it.
And his velocity is down pretty much
88, dude.
That's terrible.
88. And it's not like he's got, like, Adam Wainwright had enough stuff at the end. Jamie Moyer had enough stuff.
To be crafty.
He's still, like, thinking he's a power pitcher. That was one of the biggest issues for Jake Arrieta. I remember talking about Arrieta. I liked the signing, but after year one, you realize, all right, he needs to learn how to pitch because he's no longer throwing 96, 97. He had a wicked movement. Remember, his two-seamer and sinker were nasty, but he would always throw it over the middle of the plate because he thought he was still a power pitcher. So Matt Gell put out a story, and I love the tweet with the link. He said, Ranger Suarez and Taijuan Walker have had divergent springs. One is more prepared for a season than ever. The other is still searching for it. The quote from Walker, I mean, it's there. It's not like it's not there. It's there. What's that? Is the velocity all of a sudden going to come back? I know he hasn't pitched much this spring. He had an arm issue. He had a knee issue.
Yeah. Didn't they say he had the flu too, or is that just the Kirker? Is that the Kirkering like 3-week flu?
Dude, I was supposed to have him on when I was Kirkering. The day I was supposed to have him on that Tuesday. John Brazier, who's helping set that up,
love Brazier.
He told me before I got down there, Kirkering's coming on Tuesday. Monday morning, Kirkering's coming on tomorrow. Monday night, he got the text, hey, Kirkering's sick. He's not going to be able to do tomorrow.
Really?
And that was the beginning of his illness.
The Kirkering flu, which has been going on for. I will just tell you this. I did double chemotherapy for 6 months. And I didn't miss as much time as Kirkering is with this flu. And I hope everything's okay with it.
Of course you do.
Thoughts and prayers going up. But I swear to you, it's like, he's had the flu.
It's spring training,
freaking flu? Are you kidding me?
So, anyway.
What would you do if you had real adversity in life?
Anyways.
My gosh.
How concerned are I'll start with you, John, but Connor, I would love to hear your thoughts on this because we talked about Snell earlier this week. How concerned are you about Taijuan Walker if he's barely hitting 90 right now? And the season starts next week.
I was concerned before. And more importantly, because I don't think he's got the toolkit to be able to fool people or keep people off balance. They're going to be sitting on the heat. And he's terrible out of the gate usually. And then he usually settles down.
And his velocity actually climbs as the game goes on.
Which is weird.
You can't be down 4-0 in the first inning every time you start.
And I don't understand the climb and velocity as the game goes on.
Oh,
and maybe Connor
more loose, I guess.
I guess. Well, then do something different in your preparation.
Hold on. You've seen Roy Halladay. That was the inning to get to him. First inning. 1-0. First inning. But then he would settle in. So it's not like Walker's the only guy to ever have
Glavine, a Hall of Famer, was the same way.
The first inning.
Get to him early.
And if you don't get to him, you're screwed. You're done. Connor, do you keep... I don't want to say do you keep him down to start, but...
No, you can't.
Well, how's he got to build up? First off, he's barely pitched this spring, and he's throwing 88 miles an hour?
I think the upside's still there. He might have, really rough first couple of outings, but I think the strength of this team, and I know we're going to talk about the Rojas thing, but I think the strength of this team is enough to carry some guys who are still figuring stuff out. I think the strength of the rotation, there's a good chance, that on talent, he is your 5th best starting pitcher.
Oh, no, I think there's not even a question of that. And I don't go by wins.
But the innings are important.
He can't go by wins. He had 15 wins last year.
He did have
15. No, that's what I'm saying is I'm throwing out wins because I consider wins a team statistic.
Right. But the innings eater is an important part of the rotation, which that is who he is. But all I'm saying is if you're an innings eater, but you're down 4-0 every single time.
What were his innings last year?
I don't know exactly.
170? Maybe?
Which is a lot. Which is a lot
maybe?
in baseball now.
Yes.
Which is a lot in baseball
I don't even know if he got to that. I'm just guessing. Because if you're an innings eater, you better be giving me 165 to 180. If you're going to take that classification. I'm not sure he ever got there.
Well, innings eater is now 6 innings. Innings eater is not 8.
That just disturbs me too.
The other thing, so that's kind of concerning. You think upside's still there, Connor? All right,
he had 172 innings last year.
All right,
okay, that's not terrible.
Yeah. You're very confident.
No,
today.
I'm not
Sixers
saying
are winning the title,
good.
and Taijuan Walker's winning Cy Young.
No, I'm saying this team is so talented, you can get away with stuff. It's not Wheeler, it's not Nola. You can get away with it as long as he works out. It's not a problem until it's a problem in the regular season.
But wait, I don't want to jump ahead to the Ty audio from yesterday that we do have. The idea of, so we could survive Taijuan Walker, but we can't survive
More, you got to be 21 plus and present in PA. First online.
Flower shop and your trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Choose to partner with Comcast Business to get the fast, reliable internet you need to power your business. Sign up for a
Otani stuff. 2 bits, well, 3 bits.
he has stuck with it. And that is why they're encouraged about what he's done, even though the numbers haven't been there. It's because they don't need a ton of offense there now. Can he be a total zero there? Of course not. I mean, he needs to be able to hit at a bare minimum to be a major league player. But you have a strong offense here, and you're looking at the field, and you say 8 positions in our lineup. We're expecting some level of offense. It's not going to come guy every night, and some guys are going to do better than others, than we project this year. That's just how it works. But if you can't sacrifice offense for defense at one spot on the field, then there's probably a bigger problem.
So here's my thing. I like Johan. Don't get me wrong. I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm thinking. I like Raw. He's an incredible outfielder. I was at the game when he makes the leaping catch at the wall that Acuna hits in the NLDS, right?
And that saves that game.
Saves the whole game.
It does.
His defense is incredible. I just think a lot of people are lying to themselves right now.
About what?
Well, I don't care if he hits 150, as long as he's playing great center field. If there's a stretch in April and May and he's like 1 for his last 35, people are going to bitch and moan about it.
Yeah, like they did with Nick Castellanos going like 1 for 40.
What's their record?
In the postseason. What's their record?
Okay, if the record's great, fine.
What do you think the pitchers? Now, you guys, look, you're a former pitcher. What do pitchers?
You want good outfielders.
What do you think Wheeler? What do you think Wheeler and Nola would think hearing you say this?
Oh,
they'd say, Andrew, zip it. We want him out there. He saves runs.
So does Christian Pache.
Not
as
level.
good, but he's not a zero offensively. You just heard Gelb say they try to change his swing up. If it's still not showing results, and so why not try to give him time in AAA? That's my biggest thing. I think he's a big league player. I think one day he will be an everyday starting center fielder. Right now, his offense, his bat is almost I would say it's more than a net negative.
What did our man Ty Johnson say yesterday?
Well, I do understand where he's coming with. Here was what Tyrone said yesterday on the best show ever.
I hear now there's all this hand-wringing about Johan Rojas. And I'm here to tell y'all that, you guys are crazy. Do we agree that Chooch is a fan favorite? So, in 2008, he batted .219 when they won the World Series. And guess how many home runs he had that season? 4. And he's a fan favorite. Why? Because we know that Chooch did other things because who did you have? You had Howard and Rollins and Burley. J-Roll was J-Roll. So now fast forward to now. I have a team with Bryce Harper, Schwarber, Trey Turner, Castellanos, Real Muto. So I got all this on my team. And you're going to tell me that they can't win because of Rojas.
31 RBIs in an entire season.
Yeah.
96 total bases for Carlos Ruiz.
Yeah.
You won a world championship because you had a lineup which isn't as good as this one. Isn't as good as the 2024 Phillies.
Some may say catcher's more important than center field,
No,
but
I think
that might just be me.
Who saves more runs?
Well, who's calling the
He's not calling the game. He's not calling the game.
Catcher's more important than center field.
Yeah, but the look, when Charlie was in it, Carlos wasn't calling the entire game. Charlie called a lot.
He
of
handled the
games.
pitching rotation.
He did.
Man.
He handled them well.
And look. Remember what Roy Halladay was saying until the day he passed away about how Carlos Ruiz was like the best catcher he ever pitched to.
And I promise you, if you ask Wheeler, Nola, Suarez, they would all say to you, "We want Rojas." I guarantee that. I think there's no doubt in my mind they'd be like, "Put him out there. Let him have 2 months." By the way, last year, you gave him 150 at bats. He hit 302.
Yeah.
So, yes,
and then
he slumped.
people may have figured out how to attack him.
As you say, they may have. And they saw things in his swing that they want to change. And they told him, you heard it. They wanted him to work on things. Don't worry about the results. Work on what we're asking you to do. Do I believe he's going to be a 250 hitter? Not. Do I believe if he's 200 and he plays spectacular defense, I want him in there 140 games, period.
I'm gonna make a comparison here. That's gonna drive you guys nuts. This is Reed Blankenship all over again.
No, it's not.
Not remotely.
No, it's not. Reed Blankenship doesn't have any exceptional skill.
No. There's no competition when there should be a competition. Reed Blankenship was named the starting safety before the first day of camp, and there was no reason for him to be the starting safety.
This is Reed Blankenship if he ran a 4.140.
Yes.
All right, Rojas should have competition in center field. They've never, honestly, every time I see Pache doing more with the bat, and there's not even a conversation.
Reed Blankenship
It's all Rojas.
But Reed Blankenship, that's a terrible analogy. Reed Blankenship does nothing exceptional.
There was no competition.
He has
for him.
no exceptional
None.
skill set.
Rojas has been horrible at the plate, and he's already opening day starting center fielder.
He's also been excellent at the plate, over 150 at bats
in the regular season before they may have figured him out come playoff time.
And did they figure out Castellanos in the playoffs?
Yeah.
But the series before, the Braves didn't figure him out?
Everybody else got figured out.
You're reacting to a small sample size.
Okay, we'll see. Look, I'm just saying,
I got you.
Come May, if he's horrible at the plate, I don't want to hear any whining.
What's their record?
I don't want to hear. I'm just saying.
As Connor says, what's their record?
If they lose games because of him at the plate, I don't want to hear anybody complaining, all right? I don't want to hear Tyrone complaining. I don't want to hear you complaining. I don't want to hear Connor complaining. I don't want to hear all the Phillies fans getting the Rojas jerseys. I think he's a major league player.
If he's the reason they lose games at the plate, then that means the other guys at the top of the lineup are deficient.
Okay, but it could have...
So blame them first.
They could have been helped by a better hitting center fielder.
Wow.
Look, we'll see how it plays out.
I'm shocked with you.
I like Rojas. I just don't think he's ready to be in the big leagues just yet. Let him start in AAA. They're literally saying they're reworking his entire swing, so let him get more time in AAA. This is a World Series contending team, man.
You are out of your mind.
Hey, let's let everybody grow and get better. God. All right, 9 o'clock hour coming your way next. We have more on Ohtani to get to. I have some questions about Ohtani. We'll reset the show about the Eagles. Also, it's tourney day, so we'll start talking about the tournament. Get your picks in. But the Ohtani question I have for you, I'm going to bring up a legendary baseball player and see how he may feel about it. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
8 2 on this Thursday morning. Happy Tournament Day. Later on this segment, we'll start giving you some of our official picks. We'll go with our Final Four predictions, and we'll find out just how wrong we are. If it's kind of like last year, where what was it? Two fours, a 5 and a 9.
Yeah, 2 4s, a 5 and a 9.
Yeah, so we'll see just how
largest
far off
number
we
ever
are.
for a Final Four.
That's incredible. Let's see. Do you think it comes back down to earth this year?
Yes.
Okay.
I think this tournament is going to be chalkier than Pat Egan's Tums.
Wow, is that right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a chalky tournament.
Okay. All right, so we'll
And that's what I will be doing on my Bet Parks app today, and I'm at Bet Parks today and tomorrow. I'll be at the Parks Sportsbook. Looking forward to it.
Check out John and Pat. It's going to be great. Okay, so what we started the show with way back in the 6 o'clock hour, we've been talking about this Eagles' current roster, the way it is currently constructed, and we've been going under the assumption that Hassan Reddick is not on the team. Is this roster, the way that it's built right now, we know the offense is pretty much set. I know Andrew DeCecco that we had on earlier today, you can hear that again on 97.5thefanatic.com, mentioned his concern at right guard, even though he thinks that they'll probably address it via the draft. Offense is pretty much set. That's the one position we're still kind of waiting for. Defensively, there's still questions about what they might do differently, but if, let's say that it's the defense, it's Huff and Sweat on the outside, Carter and Davis. That's your starting front four, right? Or whatever.
I don't hate it.
Fangio
Like,
does
I don't hate
4-3 sometimes.
exactly.
He mixes it up. But let's just go off of 11 players. It's those 4 linemen, Bradbury and Slay and Isaiah Rodgers. It's Reed Blankenship and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. It's Nakobe Dean and Devin White. Like that's your 11. With Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore, which is also important to add, is this team as currently constructed good enough to once again be in the conversation to win the NFC, period. To get to the, let's just say to get to the NFC Championship game. Now, you said...
Well, wait a minute.
You said earlier you don't think they're there yet. You think they can win the division.
I think they absolutely can win the division. I think they're better than they were last year.
My follow-up question to that is, do you believe that they can win the 1 seed in the NFC?
No, not right now. I have to know that they've overcome the deficiencies that they had. That was a team that was as mentally soft. That was softer than a baby's diaper after some, bananas.
Yes.
I mean, it was not good. Bringing back memories.
Oh, yeah.
Happy birthday, Coop.
Yep.
But it's the, to me, no. There's so many things that this team put down into my head that were major red flags. That, to me, that I'm not ready to go there yet.
Now,
better than last year? Absolutely.
Now, there could be reasons why the Niners collapsed, too, other than them losing players. But, Brandon Ayuk was very vocal about his, distaste of the organization, right? That could spiral out of control.
I think he's going to be moved.
Debo Samuel, he wasn't very happy about the way they lost again. I don't know. Are the 49ers great in the locker room after another collapse?
If the 40
collapse.
A collapse?
No, they got to the Super Bowl. Not a collapse.
They lost in overtime in the Super Bowl.
Right, okay. I misspoke with collapse, but another disappointing end to their season.
Yeah, the 2022 season ended for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Did you consider that a disappointing season?
No.
Or anything like that? I don't think the 49ers did either. I think they're pissed. I think they're pissed they didn't get the ring.
Did the Eagles talk all off season about how they were supposed to be there and they were going to win and blah, blah, blah? The 49ers made it out that they would have won the Super Bowl the year before.
Yeah, I mean, and
they ended up losing.
Look, they lost in overtime in the Super Bowl. Either team could have won that game.
But the way Brandon Ayuk spoke, it wasn't like, damn, man, we lost in the Super Bowl, we'll be back. No, it was, I only got 3 catches.
Oh, I know. I think he's gone.
Yeah.
But I do believe that they can use their first-round pick, go get one of those great wide receivers. It's a great wide receiver draft. They can get one, plug him in, and then you got a potential Rookie of the Year candidate in that offense. That's how much respect I have for Kyle Shanahan, who, like you, likes to put towels out at the pool early in the morning and then go away for 3 hours.
Not at my neighborhood pool.
Yes.
Is there any other team that you think stands in their way?
I think Detroit. I think Green Bay. I think the Rams potentially. The Rams
losing Aaron Donald. He retired.
Rams interest me a lot, though.
Really?
Because I didn't expect Matt Stafford to look so good last year. He looked fantastic.
Yeah, coming off the injury, I thought he was done. He was great. Yeah.
And so they could be a problem. I'm not so sure honestly, I think Green Bay is definitely a team on the rise. Ray Dunn's Green Bay Packers.
Yes.
I absolutely believe there's no question to think Detroit was a flash in the pan. I don't think they're going to necessarily be the favorites for the 1 seed, but that's an ascending team.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But if that division's getting more difficult with Green Bay, that's an added difficulty for them. Like
and
last year.
I think Dallas and the Eagles are close. I really do. I think they're very close.
Oh, always.
I mean, they were a game apart the year the Eagles went to the Super Bowl.
I thought the Eagles were going to win the division with a 1-game lead over the Cowboys last year.
That's what I would have thought.
And that probably would have been that way had they not collapsed and fell apart the way that they did.
What did you say before the year?
I said 12-5.
I said 13-4. I said 1 game back.
Okay. And I put in.
And they were on pace for when it was 10-1.
They were.
I thought there it is. You know, by the way, I should go and say, could the Parks Sportsbook give me a little money back? Because that collapse, I never saw it coming. Could they?
The Sportsbook didn't see that coming either.
My future bets all fell apart. I'll take it up today when I'm at
Now, I
Parks.
wonder if Ohtani saw it coming.
I think he absolutely did.
So if you want to climb in on the phones at 610-632-0975 to answer the question, if the season were to start tomorrow, let's say that tomorrow is the Friday of the Sao Paulo Week 1 game for the Birds, the way the roster is constructed right now, do you believe that they are good enough to contend to get to the NFC Championship game? I say yes, honestly, and John says no, and that's okay.
I need a little bit more. Do I think they're going to be? Do I think they're going to be in the conversation? Potentially. I'll tell you by the end of the draft whether I'm bought in or not.
Okay.
That could be.
In a couple minutes, we'll give our picks for the tournament, but I have 2 questions I want to run by you with this Ohtani thing. The biggest news in sports, period.
It is huge.
It is day 1 of the NCAA tournament, and this is bigger news. Because
it's much bigger.
This is the face of Major League Baseball. We're talking about Shohei Ohtani, right?
Yes.
Who is more of a face than Shohei Ohtani right now in baseball?
Maybe Acuna.
Maybe.
Acuna's right there.
There are guys, but I think
but Ohtani is the guy.
Is number 1 because he's a unicorn, because he is a Cy Young and an MVP, right? Like he's that good. So if you haven't been following along the story, the Dodgers fired his interpreter yesterday because they found out, well, they're claiming it's theft, that he stole $4.5 million from Shohei Ohtani.
$4.5 million.
$4.5 million.
And Ohtani didn't even know what was going on,
I had no
right?
idea. He just found out.
Okay.
$4.5 million, and he's been using it in illegal sports betting because it's not legal in California. Remember, even though he's with the Dodgers now, he's with the Angels before. And there's loans, and it's
loans.
These are federal crimes.
There's loans. So he loaned him. He took money out. First of all, can we with this story? The average interpreter pulled it up. $72,000 in Major League Baseball.
He does not have $4.5 million to mess around with.
So whose bets were they?
Well,
I mean, if you're just asking to have common sense about this, whose bets were they?
They could have been his bets, and Ohtani kept on giving him money, which is one of the
$4.5 million.
They've been together since they were teenagers.
I don't think he's short on cash right now.
Yeah, Ohtani.
No, but I don't believe he's giving $4.5 million, and more importantly, direct access to his bank accounts,
which is very strange.
Through wire transfers. BS.
Yes.
This story is so BS. I don't know to what level. So hopefully Ohtani has really great explanations.
Right.
But I guarantee you the federal government's looking into it.
So I already asked you guys how long until this story is wiped away. You think it's going along for a while. Connor, you're with me. This gets
gone in a week.
Baseball is finally getting an uptick, right? In viewership, the average age is going down, which is a good thing. They're finally getting popular again, Major League Baseball. You think they're their biggest name player they want to mess around with?
Okay, how do you think it – give me the scenario where you think this story goes away.
No one reports on it.
The
That's
MLB
not happening.
network stops reporting on it.
Not happening. You think Jason Stark, a guy like Jason Stark, you think he's going to have a lack of integrity?
No,
and not talk about this
he
story?
might write a story
Buster
on it,
Olney.
But he's also got to cover the rest of the league every
Tim
single day.
Kirchin. Like, you think these guys are going to just go, we're not touching that story, not talking about it?
They might want to wait for more information to come
No,
out.
they may, but they still have to talk about the story. This story can't go away. It can't.
We'll see. It's Michael Jordan.
It absolutely is.
And
what
Michael Jordan retired.
Oh, wait. Yeah, retired.
Yeah, so Ohtani retires and eventually comes back.
And became a Birmingham Baron.
Or his arm hurts too much post-surgery that he can't play for a year. Huh?
But I can tell you that I absolutely believe in I don't.
Right.
I absolutely do not believe Jordan retired. And so to me, this story can't go away.
So,
it's a different era today. The people aren't going to let it go away.
So I have two questions that I want to throw by you guys. And the first one's a two-parter. Number one, when does Pete Rose talk? Does he come out today? A video on social media? Does he call into a radio station?
He had 4,200 hits. I was reading this morning. I retweeted somebody. 4,200 hits, but he was one interpreter short of the Hall of Fame. That's a great line.
That's a great line. Does he talk today? And are you listening?
Oh, I'll listen.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
He's a scumbag. I'll tell you right now. He's not a good person, Pete Rose. I'll just straight up say it. He's not a good person. But I'm going to listen to see what he has to say about it. Number two, part two of that question, does he defend Ohtani?
No. He doesn't. He's not going to insert himself into the story. It's all going to be about Pete. If Pete does talk, it's all going to be about Pete. It's all going to be about Pete.
So you don't think he comes to his defense or...
No, it doesn't come to his defense because he won't know the story.
Okay.
He won't know the story, so he won't do that. But what he's going to do is make the story about Pete.
Okay.
He's going to say, I hope that Ohtani gets better treatment than I got. I hope Ohtani doesn't get witch hunted like I got.
I could see that, but I think the response is minimal. And I think it's the same reason the story's going away. I don't think people care about people gambling illegally as much right now with how much there's like sports betting around.
It depends on what. So I don't know how trustworthy the account was. It's a big betting account.
Okay.
They believe it was tennis, basketball, and baseball. Wow. Like they saw the name Ipe, his.
Right.
Or they know the bookie or something. Like it's one of these big accounts where they know a lot of things, apparently. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but tennis, basketball, and baseball. And if it was bet on baseball, he should be banned for life.
He should be banned for
life. Which leads me to my second question. Do the rules change?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but the rules can't change retroactively. You cannot make a retroactive rule change that would then let Ohtani off the hook.
But
he would have to be held to the standard that other players have been held to and had their careers destroyed.
If this gets wiped away, and then a year or two from now, it's Rob Manfred is okay, not betting on your own team, but maybe betting on two other games.
You cannot have association with gambling and players and coaches.
Well,
you may not. No,
every league's associated, every sports book in the world.
No, the players and coaches themselves cannot. Absolutely cannot.
But it's Shohei Ohtani. They're finally back on the map. Major League Baseball is finally back on the map. And part of it is because of this unicorn of a player.
Well, Major League Baseball's primetime viewership is still average age 54.
It's going down, though.
It went down 2 years.
Yeah.
In the last 2 years.
That's a big jump.
But, I mean, the NBA is around 20 years younger.
Okay.
It's that baseball's made strides, but Ohtani can't be this story's not going away because people aren't going to let it go away.
What do you mean people aren't going to let it go away?
The media is not going to let it go away because you say the guys are like MLB. If they don't cover this, they're going to get called out by every major media outlet in the country.
Who owns the MLB Network?
Right.
Yeah, but they're going to get called out. There are other people that are going to be covering this story. This is too big a story.
It's huge. I'm sure it's talked about today.
Oh, I don't think it's just going to go away. I don't know how it could.
I don't think the public cares as much as you care, John.
Really?
I don't think remotely.
Do me a favor. Go. What's on MLB Network right now?
Let me go ahead and check.
Because if it's not the game,
that would be interesting.
It should
be the game though.
If it's not the game though, it should be on. That should be the only story in Major League Baseball right now. So I'm curious to see what's on MLB Network right now. Connor's got the remote.
I do think it's the game though still. Or post game.
Well, are they on ESPN? Or I don't know what.
I don't know what
is on ESPN.
The game's on ESPN. So. What is being talked about right now on MLB Network? If it's not a commercial, it better be Shohei Ohtani.
Right now, we're in a monthly test for the emergency PA.
Of course we are. You got to be kidding me, man.
Are you kidding me? Right when you flip to it?
I swear.
That's incredible.
Yeah, just
they're trying to. Rob Manfred
saying, sweep it under the rug.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Manfred's going. What's that? What's that Chunas doing? What's he asking for?
They teased the report about Ohtani, and Manfred said, "All right, we need the monthly test."
Man. Look, I'm just as this smells. There's no way that you can. What do you can't get a marker. Like, you can't get a credit marker if you're making $100 grand, $200 grand even. You can't get a credit marker to be able to bet $4.5 million. You can't. This story is ridiculous because, talk about unicorns, they're asking me to believe fiction that a guy who doesn't make jack for a living would have $4.5 million to wager. There's something up here. We don't know to what level it's up, but we do know is that the Dodgers are scrambling in a huge way.
Oh, my God, yeah, absolutely.
And they're looking
how
for a
long
fall
is this
guy.
test?
So we've got MLB Tonight post-game. They're just running old stuff. Nothing on Ohtani.
Well, they don't have but they usually don't have live programming at this time.
They should, though. If it's a major news like this,
No, but they
should
don't usually have.
If it's major news like this.
Yeah, but they don't usually have live
If
programming.
Ohtani had just signed, they'd have live programming.
No,
Yes,
but they
they
just don't have. No, there's nothing.
Dude, we're done at midnight, right?
But you
on
went
the
to
station.
bed on this.
We're done at midnight on the station, right?
That is correct.
There was a day when LeBron James signed with the day he signed with the Lakers. The program director at the time called me, hey, can you stay on for 2 more hours? When he signed with the Lakers.
What were you talking about?
It was like, all right, LeBron didn't come here. What's next? We stayed on for 2 more hours till 2 a.m. talking about LeBron going to the Lakers.
Interesting.
There's no way a story like they're probably scrambling, trying to figure out what, like the Dodgers are scrambling. They're scrambling right now on the MLB Network.
I'm telling you this. There's too many people with integrity in baseball that will just go. They're not going to tell. There's too many guys who have built Hall of Fame careers that are not going to go. Oh, you're telling me not to talk about this story? I won't talk about it.
All right,
No way.
we'll see how it plays out. Okay, the tournament starts today.
Love it.
Do you guys have picks for your Final Four? You
Yes.
think it's going to be more chalky this year?
More chalky than Pat Egan's Tums.
Okay.
Yes, I have 2 1s, a 2 and a 3.
Okay, what do you got?
Connecticut and Houston, my 2 1s.
I have Connecticut and Houston as well.
Tennessee and Baylor.
Okay.
Tennessee a 2 and Baylor a 3.
I have Connecticut and Houston as well. I said this on our Instagram, and Connor immediately was like, oh, that's not going to happen. They're going to lose in the first round in McNeese.
Who, Villanova? Oh, I'm sorry.
I think Gonzaga can make a run.
I do not.
And here's the reason why. I know they're not as good as they have been in years past. If they can beat and now look, this is me betting me, right? Like when you look at I can get good odds at this. If they can beat Kansas, because I think they beat McNeese. If they can beat Kansas in the second round, I don't even know if they're playing Purdue. Purdue might lose to either Utah State or TCU. Like Purdue's not good.
I'm
right?
not a fan of Purdue in tournament action.
And so now all of a sudden Gonzaga's in the Elite Eight, and that's a good basketball team, still a historic.
Oh, no
you
question.
know, I think Gonzaga can make a bit of a run.
Are you talking about so on your betting app, you will bet on Gonzaga in games, but you're not picking them for like a Final Four.
I'll throw a little bit.
Who
down.
else do you have in the 4?
Oh, my other team is Baylor. I
See, I have Baylor
can-
too.
Yeah.
So we did not compare notes on this. So
No.
3 of our 4 are the same?
Yes.
You don't have Tennessee though.
I don't really like that bracket. Like like North Carolina's a good team, but like
They're a good team.
it's not the old UNC.
I actually thought about putting like 5-10 down on Carolina to win it.
Okay.
Like just to have, because I'll do that today. I think I'd put like $100 in my pocket. I'll probably take some teams. I like the futures bets more than betting the individual games.
Yes, it's fun. Well, I'll bet the individual games too.
No, well,
Today's a-
yeah, we
today's a
will
fun
do that.
day. Connor, quickly, your Final Four.
Let me go ahead, and I've got Baylor, Houston, Creighton, and UConn.
Okay, so you have 3. We share
I'm a big
3
Creighton guy.
Well, we share 3 of 4. Very chalky.
Yeah. Well,
very chalky.
I have a 3 and a 5. That's not too chalky. All right, so here's the deal. I see that some people want to talk about the Ohtani thing. It is very fishy. We'll continue that conversation, but also we have a Flyers game tonight that you believe is a playoff preview.
Well, it's a 1 out of 3 chance. And no, it's a better than 1 out of 3 chance.
So you'll talk about that coming your way next. Would love to hear your thoughts, Mr. Pucks over here. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Another big
9 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. For details, go to Bagster.com. Thanks for being part of Kincade Salciunas.
Yes, it is Kincade Salciunas, 9:30 on this Thursday morning, about 3 hours away from tip-off on Tournament Day. I hope everybody has a good time today. Enjoy yourselves. Just sit back, watch basketball. Some of you might be watching a baseball game right now. That's insane. 12-11 right now.
That's wild.
12-11. The Padres were up big. Yamamoto, how about that? The big debut of Yamamoto. 1 inning. 1 inning.
Okay, that's terrible.
Get shelled. Now I think he'll still be all right, but still, we were all so excited that the Phillies might go after him, and he doesn't even get out of. He pitches 1 inning.
Can you imagine the overreaction in this town?
Oh, we would freak out. We would not handle that well.
No, we would not.
Well, maybe today we would. We would have given him a standing ovation his next outing.
Oh yeah. Let's make sure he feels good.
when you say
He would
that?
have got. Would he have got? He would have gotten a standing ovation his second outing.
Yes.
I mean, probably.
Yes. Because we're just kind, loving people now.
Yes, we are.
I liked it when we had a nastier edge, I've got to tell you.
Honestly,
I really did.
I miss it sometimes. I do.
I can't get over
I enjoy going to games and not being worried about getting punched. But I do miss the nasty edge sometimes.
The Pollyanna, everything's great, everything's wonderful. We take losses in this town way too easy nowadays.
Well, especially
way too easy.
I'm not doing the woe is us, but if we're critical of a player, we hear it.
Oh, no question. But
and
the thing
God
is,
forbid,
that's where you have to stop caring.
God forbid I say Johan Rojas should start in AAA. I got you two guys attacking me.
Well, we're going to attack you because we love you, but we're going to also tell you that I don't care. It's an opinion about sports. Don't care about it. I mean, but the idea of where this team's heading. I'm so excited for the Phillies season. I'm going to tell you, I don't know that I've been ever as excited since 2009 for a season as I
You
am
were
for
excited
this.
last year.
I was.
They came off of a World Series appearance.
They did. But it was such a miracle joyride of
yeah, but
3
they got
weeks of
straight
good
turn.
baseball.
They got better. Like this offseason has been relatively quiet, whereas last year you got to the World Series and then you signed Trey Turner.
I didn't know Turner was going to be an utter disappointment.
No, of course you were excited. So going into last year,
but I didn't because I also said I saw them play for 5 months where they were a mediocre type.
But they got better.
They got hot.
It's the same thing as this Eagles.
They got hot at the right time.
Yeah, and then they got better during the offseason.
Yeah, but I didn't put the same level of belief that you did.
So you're more excited this year than you were going into the last season.
I'm more excited. Oh, there's not even a question on it. Because so many questions have been answered to me. Bohm took the next step. Stott took the next step. Marsh took the next step. Suarez took the next step. I think to me,
that's part of the excitement going into a season, anticipating that kind of stuff. We're hoping for that kind of stuff.
But last year we were hoping Bohm would show that he could play a competent third base.
Mm-hmm.
He can. We now know that answer. So now I don't have that in my head.
Okay.
We know that Stott can even get better. I don't have that question in my head. So everything about that 2022 team, which was a great 4 weeks of baseball. That's all it was. It was 4 weeks. It was amazing.
Incredible.
And it will be a memory that will be burned into our brains forever. But I am more excited about this year's team.
Wow.
Miles ahead of last year.
Remember, you're talking to Captain Logic, so he doesn't believe it until he sees it happen, and then when he does, that's when the excitement comes for John.
Look, I'm excited for this season, but last year I was honestly more excited for. I'm excited every year. You know me, I'm a baseball guy, so like opening day is a holiday for me. So I'm as excited, I guess you could say. But last year, like I was fired up for the start of the year because I thought they got better from the team that got to the World Series.
Hey, Connor. There is a slight breaking news story.
Ooh, okay. Well,
that is a shocking. It's sort of a shocking one. It's not a signing with the Eagles or anything like that. We don't need a sounder for it.
Oh, okay.
But remember, a few weeks ago we had Dan Hilferty on the morning show, and Dan Hilferty from Comcast Spectacor came on and talked about the development plans that the Flyers had for the complex.
Yes, I was listening.
The Phillies have joined.
Whoa.
The Phillies have announced.
Where'd you see this?
It just came across in a press release that I was received. The Phillies announced today it is joining Comcast Spectacor on the planned mixed-use development project in the South Philadelphia Sports Complex. And the two organizations will collaborate over the next several years to make the destination a world-class live, work, play, sports, and entertainment district.
That's freaking awesome.
The Phillies and the Flyers together. Now the question is, will the Sixers continue on? This is a squeeze play on the Sixers.
Will the Eagles also join in with the Phillies and Flyers?
They might. The Phillies are in.
Now, this doesn't mean a new ballpark. Because Citizens Bank Park, I know it's been 20 years. That's still relatively young. But you're talking about like the Yawkey Way, Wrigleyville.
They're making the whole expansion of Xfinity Live. They're going to make that an incredible, different venue.
Which should have been done when everything first started.
Well, that's fine. It's being done now. A hotel, bars, walkways, bridges over from FDR.
Oh, that's cool.
Bridges from the corner of, I guess it's 11th, right there at Broad Street Bullies.
Yeah.
Right there. Bridges that go across up top so you don't cross at the street.
That also helps traffic out.
Exactly. This was Dan Hilferty came on and explained it. I did not realize that the Phillies would join the project. We asked him about would other teams get involved.
Yeah.
It took less than a month. The Phillies and Comcast Spectacor partnering on that development project. That's big news for Philly sports fans.
Now, here's the deal. I love it down there. I am still in favor of the Sixers having a facility in the city. I think it's cool.
I look up at this. I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to it at all.
Right.
But with this going on,
we'll see what happens. We'll see how it plays out. I will say this. One of my biggest beefs with the South Philly sports comp was two. One, there's nothing to do other than Xfinity Live, which I love Xfinity Live. I do. But, you need other options, right? You're not going to the same restaurant every single time.
Live casino is pretty cool.
I do love live casino.
But that's what they're delivering.
Right. The other thing is getting out of those stadiums are still a pain in my freaking rear end. That's got to be part of this project.
Well,
it's figuring out how to get out of there.
I will tell you right now that I trust Sherelle Parker.
Okay.
I'm so enthused by her leadership right now and her enthusiasm for it. They get the mayor's office involved. I believe this is going to be a huge boom. I think it's going to redevelop that entire area.
Because I turned into the progressive parents. I've been parking at the exit.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's horrible getting out of there.
No, it is.
All those stadiums are terrible. All of them. I park as close to the exit as possible. I'm the progressive parent.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't want to. Yeah, but what I'm saying is not everybody is smart like me. Not everybody has that wherewithal.
Wow.
But no, seriously, like if you park in a certain spot, like it takes you an hour to get out. If you're
no, it's miserable.
And I like staying for the whole game.
But wait
Shame on me.
Think of it this way. No more people walking. They literally blockade it.
Right.
No more people crossing Broad over to FDR. No more people crossing at 11th Street at Xfinity Live, catty corner to Citizens Bank. Those intersections now, no more walking. I'm telling you, it would help. And they could literally open up and go 4 lanes out.
Yeah.
There's no bodies to navigate, no people to navigate. So I love the plan, and I love that the Phillies are joining the Flyers and Comcast Spectacor on this deal.
Okay. And Brendan Gunn makes a great point here on the text board. Nice timing for 20-year anniversary of the vet being knocked down.
Yep.
For this to be the day it's announced.
20 years ago, man. 20 years.
20 years.
But this is today's talk show.
It is.
Colin.
Yes.
This is today's talk show.
So we're not going to do like the 20 best moments in the vet?
No.
No, we're not doing that, right, Connor?
That's correct.
Connor has a shock collar on us if we do anything like that.
Yes, we do. All right, real quick, because we've got a couple minutes left before we do the 3 keys, or the key 3.
Key 3.
So you are saying that tonight is a Flyers playoff potential preview?
Yeah, it's better than a 1/3 shot. Look, right now, the Flyers would play if they made the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Are going to either be one of the 7 and 8 seeds as a wild card, or they're going to be the 3rd place team in their division.
Right.
Which would mean they would play Carolina.
Okay.
So the most likely spot for the Flyers to end in right now is 3rd place. So Carolina is your most likely playoff opponent. Boston and the Rangers are the other 2. So right now, you're playing the Rangers, Boston, or Carolina. Carolina's the most likely option. The Carolina Hurricanes loaded up at the trade deadline. And the Flyers do, though, can play some scrappy hockey with Carolina.
Yeah, they can.
Tonight's a great chance for you to get a feel for that building. If you're a Flyer fan, you're going to get all fired up in the postseason. You will have to win a game if you think you could steal a series.
In Carolina.
You're going to have to win in Carolina. You would hope tonight that they show that they can play competent hockey, hang around. And by the way, we're on agreement, right? Play of the day. We're betting over a half point.
Yep.
for Coots tonight.
It's the Kincade Salciunas play of the day. It's tournament day, and we're going hockey.
Yeah, but that's one. Actually, we
Parlay
game
it
one.
with Longwood.
You could do that. Go.
So there
for
it is. I do believe tonight's a great spot for it. And again, this is the 4 games left in the gauntlet.
Yes.
You're 1-2. If you win tonight and are 2-2, head into the last 3 games, winner, chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah, it's incredible.
It's been great. Because if you could win one of the last 3, they go 3-4 in the gauntlet, they are in.
They're in the playoffs.
They're in the playoffs.
And so there's a good chance. I love that we are talking about a must-watch regular season game for the Flyers.
I swear to you, I go back to that conversation that you and Ray had.
Yeah.
Where you said
Beginning of the
you're
season.
pulling off, and you see Flyers graffiti.
It said, "Let's go Flyers." It was right near the Walt Whitman Bridge.
I think Gritty did it, by the way.
I said, "Holy hell, they're back!"
Yes,
and this
because
was 2 weeks into the season.
It's Gritty did it. I believe he was out there.
But then we talked about the Tortorella decision to scratch Couturier, and a lot of people were outraged. But you know what? I love that there is outrage. That means people care again.
Yes, it's good
which is
news.
great. So I love that we have a Flyers game tonight where you go, "Hey, this is a playoff preview. You should watch it."
There you go. Watch it tonight.
Now today's
and listen on the
Fanatic. Today's also a multi-screen night because it is also day 1 of the tournament. So that kind of sucks for the Flyers. But sit back, watch some Flyers hockey tonight. That's great. All right, coming your way next, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, named by Connor Thomas. Good job, Connor. I'll give you some credit for the stuff that you do. Also, we'll cross things over with our man Bob Cooney as he'll let us know what's coming up on the midday show. All right here, Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Things are
Salciunas. We thank you for listening. We'll be joined by Bob Cooney momentarily as we do our crossover around 9:50 every single day. Get him set for his midday show. We find out what's coming up on the program, and we react to some of the stuff that we've talked about today. But here's another way to look back at what we talked about today. Starting something new. You'll be hearing this around this time every single day. It's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
I want to ask the question today, John. If the season were to start today, is this team good enough to be back into that conversation of, I'm not even going to say Super Bowl, but one of the top teams in the NFC? They'll be competing for that bye week, or they'll be competing for the NFC Championship game.
To me, if you're going to be a top 4 seed, you need the division title. I absolutely believe, under the assumptions that we just talked about, this team is a division contender, if not the division favorite.
Okay.
In fact, I'll probably make them the division favorite. So if I think they're a division favorite, then I think they're right there in the mix. I need to see more because I still don't believe this defense was so atrocious.
It was.
I don't know if Vic Fangio, again, and not to be sacrilegious, but if he's turning water into wine. I just don't know if that's happening. If he's able to come in here. What I do think he's going to be able to do is deliver competence. And if he makes them competent, I think that absolutely they can win a division. He takes them to top 12, something like that defensively. They take a huge jump up from like 30. Then I absolutely believe the Eagles will be right there in the discussion for one of the top teams in the NFL.
Okay, good, because that's where I'm at. There's a report about an all-star that is once again linked to the Sixers and has been for years.
Oh, no.
And that is Paul George.
Oh, no.
Now, you're saying, oh, no. Paul George will turn 34 in May.
That is exactly why one of the reasons I'm saying it. Only one of the last 5 years, and it will be this year. Would he be eligible for any postseason awards? Right. He is a guy who plays 56, 31, 54, 48.
It's been a long time, man.
He misses 30-some games a year.
When healthy, extremely talented. But
okay.
Now I'm already doing this with Joel Embiid.
Stop the when healthy stuff.
I know.
If we already have to live that nightmare with Joel Embiid's career, I don't want to do it again with a 34-year-old.
No,
this is nonsense.
I'm going to agree with you. I think
nonsense.
I think it's going to have to be a trade for a younger star. This big class that was coming this year is gone. It's dry. I don't want to say Daryl Morey misread the situation, but now all of a sudden this free agent class is looking weak. Here's my thing. I like Johan. Don't get me wrong. I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm thinking. I like Raw. He's an incredible athlete. I was at the game when he makes the leaping catch at the wall that Acuna hits in the NLDS, right?
And that saves that game.
Saves the whole game. His defense is incredible. I just think a lot of people are lying to themselves right now.
About what?
Well, I don't care if he hits 150, as long as he's playing great center field. If there's a stretch in April and May and he's like 1 for his last 35, people are going to bitch and moan about it. You just heard Gelb say they try to change his swing up. If it's still not showing results. And so why not try to give him time in AAA? That's my biggest thing. I think he's a big league player. I think one day he will be an everyday starting center fielder. Right now, his offense, his bat is almost I would say it's more than a negative. I want you to answer said question, Andrew. If the season were to start tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's the Friday night opener for the Birds. Is this roster, and we're assuming that Hassan Reddick's gone, okay? So it's the roster that we see in front of us minus Hassan Reddick. Is this team, what Howie Roseman has done so far, and the additions of Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore, is this team right now on paper good enough to once again be considered contenders for the NFC Championship game?
I say yes, but I was teetering on the edge of no because there are some concerns. To me, I look at some of the right guard situation, right? That's an area where you're looking at the Eagles bringing in 4 different guys already on top 30 visits that are interior linemen, third receiver, and an underrated one, backup tight end. I mean, they don't really have anything there behind Dallas Goedert. So there are some questions, but I think all things into consideration, yes, they are.
All right, there it is. That's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. And look back at some of the stuff that we got into earlier today. I want to remind you one more time, you can visit 975thefanatic.com to test your college hoops knowledge in the Basketball Mayhem contest. Do it now. You only got a couple hours left. Perfect bracket wins $1 million. Sponsored by AAA. Join AAA and get the peace of mind that comes from having expert roadside assistance. And one more thing about this Rojas thing. I got a tweet from Jim Gallagher. He says, Chase Utley in 03 had 152 plate appearances and hit 239, ...
And he hit 302.
Yeah, but I hope we're not trying to compare Rojas to a potential Hall of Famer. Hi, Bob Cooney. Good morning.
Hi, Andrew. Hi, John. How are you today?
Hi, Bobbert.
We played your Todd Zalecki clip about Rojas earlier today.
Uh-huh.
I like Johan Rojas. I just don't think he's ready to start the season offensively as a big league player. And they said he changed his swing. So why not work on that a little bit more in AAA?
I am not, John will tell you this, I'm not a fan of Marsh and Rojas as a left field, center fielder combination as far as hitting goes. I don't like two slappy hitters in my outfield. However, I will go to the spot of saying I'd throw him out there, let him sink or swim as you begin and see what you have. I would give it a month or two and just take a look. I understand that you're playing for a World Series and all that. Right now, you don't really have any other answers, though, unless you put Merrifield in left and you throw Marsh over to center.
Well, you keep Pache on the roster.
But a
Keep Pache on the roster. Well, you have to. If you don't cut Pache, you have to keep him on the roster because he's out of options.
Right, because then he's out.
Right. So, yeah, that is a tough call, man. Sink or swim at the major league level.
Major league level.
And you don't learn at AAA.
Yeah,
you do not learn.
No, but you keep
get
on
at bats.
you work on your craft.
Yeah, but you
can bat leadoff in AAA and get 4 at-bats a game.
You heard it yesterday. I think it was when on your show, Bob. The idea is that AAA is not what AAA used to be. It's not. There's better baseball played in AA.
In AA, but then move down to
So,
AA.
I mean, it's like,
I don't care.
They're not doing
Bat
that.
him leadoff, get him 4 swings a game. He doesn't get pinch hit for in big moments, right? Major league level. If there's runners on second and third and it's the 7th inning and he's 0 for 3, I'm not hitting him.
I
And
wouldn't
look,
either.
How many games, I understand having a great center fielder is awesome. How many games does he really save you out in center field?
He may make a play a game.
It might be a game a week, right, at the most. I mean, he won one against the Braves, obviously, with that great catch on Acuna, right? But, I don't know. I don't know where to go on this one.
I'll tell you right now, if you asked Wheeler, Nola, Suarez,
they want Rojas.
The vote would be 3-0.
Oh, sure.
In favor of Rojas getting 2 months. Give him 2 months. Give him to Memorial Day.
And if he hits 150 in those 2 months,
then you say, okay, he's really struggling.
You're going to have back-to-back hitters that hit below 200.
I know.
9-1.
Now think about this.
What's their record after 2 months?
Okay, I get it. That would be great. Hopefully he's not losing them games when there's guys on second and third and his spot's up and he gets out.
If this team loses games offensively because of Johan Rojas, that means that Schwarber, Harper, Castellanos, and others aren't doing their job.
It's a good point there, too.
Bobby, what do you got on the show today?
Oh, we got a lot going on. We're going to key on a anniversary today.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that. Some great memories of a place that we're all familiar with.
Hooters.
Yes. Talk about the Sixers a little bit last night. That wasn't very good.
No.
Oh, that's good.
So moving forward, John, you'll remember I said I don't think that someone like a Tyrese Maxey can carry offensively. You see what teams are doing. They're going out and they're doubling him all the time. Do they have enough firepower in other places? So we got a lot going on. Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, Flyers, all of it.
We'll be listening.
All over it, Bobby.
I'll
We're
talk
listening.
to you later.
Hey, support life-saving cancer. Us and our generous partners, Paul B. Moyer and Sons. Make a donation to the AACR today. 975thefanatic.com/AACR. It's greatly appreciated because cancer research saves lives.
Everybody have a great rest of your day. The midday show with Bob Cooney coming your way next. Enjoy the tournament today. You enjoy your Parks appearance.
I will be there. Happy birthday, Cooper.
Thank you for stealing my thunder. Happy birthday. Number 2 for Cooper. That's where I'm going home now.
What a kid.
He's great. I love it. Everybody have a great rest of your day. It's Kincade Salciunas. Tomorrow is a Fanatic Payday Friday. 97.5 The Fanatic.